Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is May 23rd, YC127, and this is the Eve Universe Show! Welcome, 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 guys. How's it going? It is good to see you guys. I know. Last week we had 5 streams. It was great. This week we had only 2. So far. I do not roll out this weekend, but no, like, we are preparing for Legion. We obviously had lots to talk about last week, a little bit less, but today's a very important day, guys. We have the developer talk, and more importantly, honestly, the patch notes, and even more importantly than that, as far as I'm concerned, the hobo leaks for Singularity has been updated with all of the details for Legion. So we are going to dive into all of that today, and then I have an experiment that I want to try out because, you know, one of the things that has been noted, even on Reddit, is that, you know, with all of this Baba Raga nonsense going on, the price of trig salvage has gone ballistic. So, you know, we did the dual standing fleets the other day, and today I'm going to do a little experiment to see if we can capitalize on that dual standings, you know, benefit. We will see. But first, we do have to cover the actual news of the day, the patch notes, etc. We've got lots to cover. I had other news. Oh, yeah. If you are a member, by the way, as of this morning, so yesterday I had a bad day. Yesterday was full of bad news and frustration for me. And I was thinking to myself, am I back? All right. If there is a disconnect for a second there, you okay, great. Yeah, no, my thing went to like literally 0, not just like, oh, there's a problem. Like it went to like 0K per second. So I need to double check that. All right. Well, let's hope that's the last hiccup that. Any rate. So I woke up this morning, finished at least the first pass of the turrets video. So that is now up, available for members to check out. I managed to actually get, so just to give an idea, ironic that stream blips when you started to have talk about having a bad day. Yeah. Knock on wood of some kind. At any rate, so I'm very proud of myself, guys. I managed to knock off at least about 40 minutes, which represents like literally a third. I cut a third of my turret discussion. That's how, like, every little breath, every false start, every time I misspoke or whatever, I tried to get them all. So if you are a member, I request that you go and check it out. If you have any feedback, I do want to make at least one more pass on it. Maybe add some extra visual aids, some other stuff to it. But it is still 1 hour and 20 minutes long. So, but members can go check it out. If you want to become a member, you can do so. I think it's just the $1 tier should still have access to it. If you don't, let me know so that way I can correct that. But yeah, so I did that for you guys because I am so tired of not putting out edited videos because I had that monster on my table. So it finally got done. That was a lot of what happened this week. So I hope that is better than, or I hope that's worth it for everybody. Anywho, but today we have live content to cover because Legion is coming next week. If you can break it into sections and have them be different videos in a playlist, you'll probably get more views. Yes and no, Jeff. I mean, long form videos do well. The thing is, the problem with that idea, Jeff, first of all, I was a little bit more scatterbrained than I probably would need to in order for it to be split into sections. But also, if you think about it, this is already a section because this is a section of my 6-hour-long mega guide of video. So, I do realize that, like, the goal was to cut it into a bite-sized chunk, and then my bite-sized chunk ended up being 1 hour and a half. So, I guess you could say we're still working on it. Hopefully, my missiles video will be better, but. You know, in the meantime, we have Legion to prepare for, right? We have Legion to prepare for. I hope you guys can't hear that. There's like sirens going on outside. I'm trying to adjust my volumes. If I've adjusted it down a little bit because it looks like it was pretty close to peak. It takes time to get better than normal, I think. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that it's always a balance between condensed and thorough, right? Like my biggest gripe is if I put out a thing and then it's like, I forgot to talk about this, right? Like if you watch one of my turret videos, I want you to walk away with confidence that you now understand turrets left, right, and center. That's true. Light missiles have been Terraforming. I started Eve 2 months ago and found you a month ago. You're really good. Thank you. The missile vid knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Oh, no. Oh, I get that meme. I know that meme. That's true, though. So, okay. Let us get started. Oh, by the way, today we are going to do a giveaway. We'll probably do it towards the end, but I kind of want to tease it a little bit because it's a tease for what we're going to be covering as an experiment today. I have this idea, right, about what I have an idea for maybe something to do that'll be good for prepping for Legion, and I have an experiment that I came up with. Crazy idea. Want to try it live, but we Thran's threw together this magnate skin in honor of our dual standing fleet. You've got Edencom and Triglavian color here. We will be doing a giveaway for that. Also, there's a few up for sale at the moment. Also, speaking of stuff up for sale, I'm just, it's my stream. I can do what I want. I'm going to show off another one of our guys. Hold on. You missed the joke. I changed the joke. No, I get that. I get that it's supposed to be. It's a magnet. Oh. Okay, so there's multiple jokes. There's multiple jokes here. That's fine. I like a good multiple joke thing. I did not get the joke. I made a different joke. So I do want to show off something because one of our own put out a video. Oops. Punch made this, this new skin. And he put a video to advertise it. And what's funny is he commented that, like, you can make a good skin and it can have a good advertisement, and that advertisement can, like, do well on Reddit, and then still nobody buys it. So I'm not sure if it's still available up on the market, but, get yourself a 90s splatter skin by Punchinello, Stormbringer. I missed it. It's called the night. At the top it says 90s splatter. But either way, did well on Reddit. All right. Roughnecks, how's it going? There's more layers to that joke than a Drifter BS with Overshield. Jokes have layers. They're like onions. Also, how dare CCP put out an image that's this good immediately after I make my thumbnail for today's video? Guess what? This is going to be this is the thumbnail for next week. I can tell you that right now. All right. It is a really good looking skin, like unironically. Let's go. Hold on. Punch is so. Both Thrans and Punch are fantastic skindustrialists. They've really come into their own. Can I... All skins. Hopefully, let's see if it's still up. Hopefully it's not still up. Hopefully we'll have to... Why is the lights flickering? That DirectX 12 thing. Do I actually have to turn off DirectX 12? Is that really what needs to happen here? Unbelievable. God, I hope the expansion fixes that. Does it look like it got sold? It's like as it's trying to load stuff, it gets broken. There it is. No, it's still available. 125 plex right there. That is a sick skin. I really, honestly, I should pick one up for myself. I will say this. I have honestly had difficulty making a good Eating Calm skin. I don't know why. There's just something about the way it is that, like, nothing looks quite right on it. So the fact that this looks good, I want to celebrate that too. My own version looks like crap. Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to like make an electrical storm abyss. I've tried a couple of times. That's like the best one I came up with. You know, to my credit, that looks pretty good, but still, like, compared to his. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, Thran's makes great skins, but there's a certain OCD level of attention to detail that Punch puts into his skins that makes him very much worth watching as a skin industrialist. All right. And here I am, just throwing stuff out when I can. All right, let's go ahead and jump back into the patch notes. Or more importantly, what we're going to do is actually, we're going to start out by doing the Legion discussion. Like, this is the director's chat. We're going to start with this, and we're going to go through this, and we're going to reference the expansion notes and the hobo leaks for whatever we can, and then go back, you know, make sure we don't miss anything, and then keep going. Also, just since we're talking about news, tomorrow morning, if you're interested, one of the invited structures in Hyrule has been reinforced by Scary Wormhole people. So there is a bit of a call out. If you're interested in participating, if you're interested in helping, or if you just want to see if you can third party on it, here is the timer. It is tomorrow at 1944. It comes out of Reinforce. We will be coordinating stuff on the Discord if you're interested in helping out, or I guess spying on it, whatever. Spoiler alert, we're not capable of fighting off big scary wormhole people by ourselves at the moment, so chances are it's going to go boom, but it'll be a fun time for everybody if you're interested. All right, Legion discussion chat. Let's go. Did they ever fix the Amar Dread skins not applying right? I have no idea. Yeah, just come to the fun no matter what side you're on. Exactly. I agree.
All right, welcome everyone. I am CCB Swift here with a amazing panel of guests to talk about the Eve Legion. This is something we like to do.
Okay, so CCB Swift is also going to do his introductions, but I'm going to say this just ahead of time. So, from left to right, we have CCB Swift, who is Elise Randolph, one of the old. It's in Hyrule. One of the oldest. Hold on. It's in Hyrule. There, now you can copy it. Is the new map what I'm looking forward to most, coming with Legion launch or after? Okay. The step one of updating the map is coming with Legion. The 2D map is not part of that. Basically, what's coming with Legion is a UI overhaul of the current new map. Not any... It doesn't look like it was any new functionality per se. It's down here. It's one of these, the map update. We'll look at that. Okay, so left to right. CCP Swift is Elise Randolph, who hold was a big member of Pandemic Legion. He was actually in charge of Pandemic Legion for a period of time. He was really big in the AT, both as a pilot and as a commentator. Eventually became a community manager and has done a great job since then. He loves Eve down to his core. CCP Burger became like a major figure, especially in like 2018, 2019. If I remember correctly, he was like an industrial engineer before this. And so he's very experimental. He's very energetic. He's very creative and excitable. And he's one of the main like drivers of new and cool features put into EVE Online. CCP Rattati is actually, he's been part of the company for quite some time. But he actually was part of like the end of the Dust days and a lot of the production of like Nova and stuff. And then after Nova got kind of canned to become what it now is as Vanguard, he actually shifted from focusing on the shooter to focusing on the on EVE Online. And since then, he has basically been CCP's punching bag. He's the guy who goes out there and gives everybody the bad news. Sheesh! 07, thank you for that gifted membership. Means a lot, of course. Thank you so much, my friend. So, you know, he's very much about balancing the EVE, not the economy, but the ecology, you know, like the way that everything kind of interconnects. And so, like, he was a big face of scarcity, too. Do you think they already did, Scott? They already have. And CCP Okami is the new guy in town. And he's the guy who's really become kind of everybody's hero. He was the guy that came in and was like, no, guys, mining does suck, and we're fixing it soon. And then they did the not Vanguard, this expansion. Not Renegade. It's a dead person. Revenant, major update. And so he's been pretty popular since then. He's a pretty cool dude. So that's who we're looking at here. These are the 3 top people in EVE Online. Basically, if it's about EVE Online's design, it goes through one of them, if not all of them. The expansion notes has made me feel that they don't care anymore. The Trig Marauder uses high energy physics and Trig quantum physics to invent. I think that that's... But Jeremy, that's correct, though. I mean, we'll talk about that when we get there, but that's what it should have taken. That was like that. I even predicted that because that's just the correct thing. I guess if you're saying that there should be a Triglavian Starship Engineering data core, possibly. But is there? Hold on. Before I sound stupid, let me just double check myself. Yeah, there is no Triglavian Starship Engineering data core. All of the Triglavian Triglavian starships take Triglavian quantum engineering as the data core. The difference here is that all of the other Trig ships that are Tech 2 are Empire ships, and so it takes that Empire Starship Engineering data core. Triglavian quantum engineering is the second thing, but the Marauder is actually made by the Triglavians. There is no Triglavian Starship Engineering data core, so they'd have to either introduce a new data core when there's already too much of the Triglavian quantum engineering data core out there, or they could just follow the normal Marauder style where it is the high energy physics and then the racial data core, which in this case, the Triglavian quantum engineering data core gets slotted in instead. So I agree. It's a slightly wonky, but it's also the very first pure Trig T2 ship. So it follows the rules by a certain slice of the rules, but you're right. It would have been better if it was the Triglavian Starship Engineering data core. Either way, I digress.
Around all of our expansions, just so you guys know what's kind of coming, and hear from the people at the top as to what you can expect and things looking forward. So let's go through some introductions, even though they need no introductions. Creative Director CCB Burger, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Great to be here. Great to be back.
FanFest was a month ago, and it just feels like it was
I will say, just my own bias, like Jeremy, my position is incredibly biased because I have a ton of those data cores from doing invasions back in the day. So to me, it's like, oh yeah, of course they use the old data core. That's the good use for them. If they had created a new data core for this, I would have been completely left on the lurch. So I will confess to my own bias when it comes to what I'm saying when it comes with the Marauder.
simultaneously ages ago and also last week. But it's nice to be able to talk to people again.
Definitely.
Next up, we have our executive producer, CCB Rattati. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. This is my second. No, I'm joking. I'm back.
You wanted more data? You wanted more skills to train? I mean, that's fair.
I'm back. I got super sick at FanFest, but like it did have a lot of fun. But it took a while to get better.
FanFest flu is a mainstay. It's everyone gets some version of it at some point in their FanFest
I'm just glad we can all admit to our biases.
career. And then last but certainly not least, game design director CCB Okami. And it was your first FanFest. How was it?
It was my first FanFest. It was flippin' awesome. It was so good to be there. Super nice to meet everybody. I had a great time. And I didn't get sick.
I'm sorry that Okami is so much more muffled than everybody else. That's their level's issue, not mine. I will do my best to pull out things that he says. There's a couple times where I had difficulty hearing him, but we'll have to work with that.
You just jinxed it. You're going to get the long incubation period FanFest flu. So
I had a good
sorry.
strat. I
Yeah.
washed my hands so many times. So many times.
Yeah, I also managed to avoid getting sick, which is a first for me for FanFest. I don't know what it is. I did get a little bit sick before FanFest, so I think that's the strat. Just
Did you hear Swift? He's like, oh yeah, I didn't get sick at FanFest. I got sick before FanFest. So what basically CCP Swift admitted to there was that he was the patient zero. He's the one that got everybody else sick. That's the... Can you not get the Trig data cores from Trig LP store within Pochven? I believe you can.
in the most tense moments, completely get
o-
sick and
it
check
over
out.
with. Yeah.
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 But we're here to talk about Eve Legion, not necessarily FanFest. It's just FanFest is such a cool moment for us. We get to hang out with players. It energizes everyone and it just puts everyone in, when they're not sick at least, a really great mood. So yeah.
Yeah, it's super awesome. This FanFest was great, and I love seeing the players again. And it's like people don't realize how important this is for CCP and kind of EVE development, because oftentimes we get so bogged down in the issue of the day that we forget to kind of take a step back and see the awesome that we've built. And this FanFest, like, yeah, it was just awesome seeing everyone. It was awesome.
Yes, it is 200 interstellar navigation logs and 2 million ISK for one Triglavian quantum engineering data core.
Some getting to experience EVE through the eyes of Capsuleers and get to meet old friends and make new ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
met a
cool,
lot
great.
of new friends there. It was super cool just being able to stroll the floor and just have people come up to me and be like, "Hey, Okami," and introduce themselves. And I hope I remember everybody and your names. I'm a little bit bad with names, so if you find me online or someone, you're like, "Hey, remember me from FanFest?" I'm like, the name might not click, but I met so many people and it was so cool.
So he says that he doesn't have a good memory for names. So now anytime you see CCP Okami, you should be like, hey, I met you at FanFest. And he'll be like, I guess I just got to believe you now.
Yeah, spent a long time talking about strategic deployables, so a lot of cool conversations.
Oh, that's like Rattati's heaven, strategic
Yeah, it's my
deployables.
Spoilers
Yeah,
for the
I might
future,
have
maybe.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I accidentally promised walking in stations, I think. Maybe.
Yeah,
We've done that one. I'm already in captain's quarters. Can't you see?
Yeah, that's right. It's done. It's over there.
And one of my favorite parts about FanFest is it's here in Reykjavik, Iceland, where EVE players could just get to take over the city. It feels like. I was actually just reading some news articles that popped up, and someone did an impromptu interview with EVE players as they were getting hot dogs, and that just made the news for Reykjavik. It's such a cool place.
It's a cool
but-
place. Did
If we can't hear what he's saying, no one can't get upset about
Get
it.
your double hot dog in a single bun thing. That's what the best. I
What
reckon.
new meta I have? Oh,
Mhm.
jeez.
It's
They
called
better meet the
tvíhleypa.
bun ratio.
Yeah.
I don't know what the players' perspective on béarnaise sauce is, though. I'd really love to know.
Not on hot dogs.
I've had it on hot dogs. Yeah.
This is an
Keep
EVE
going.
Online stream after all. We are min-maxing hot dog to bun ratios here. But that's not coming in
Forget
EVE Legion.
Yeah.
There is a lot of cool stuff that is coming in EVE Legion. And it's something we talked a little bit about a lot about at FanFest. It's something that we also talked about in our In Focus series when we did some deep dive.
It does look like the sound is off on this recording, by the way. I don't know why, but I'm seeing it too, just in case you guys are like, oh, what's going on? Like, that's not me. Unless you're also seeing me out of sync, in which case, double bad, I suppose. Unless you're seeing them in sync and me out of sync, in which case, just the right amount of out of sync.
Dives into some of the features that are coming in FanFest, but I'll throw this to you, CCP Okami. What are kind of like the main themes of Legion? Not everything needs a theme, but if there's some like underlying string behind Legion, what's that like?
Well, I think in the name of Legion itself kind of lies
Is
that
there-
sort of sense of social structure. And so for us, it was really about how do we...
I don't think it's possible that it could be up on... Oh. Ha ha ha. All right, hold on.
All right, welcome everyone. I am CCP Swift here with a amazing panel of guests to talk about the EVE Legion.
It doesn't look any better, so we're just going to stick with this one because we're at the right spot.
bring new features that allow people to interact with each other, expand on existing systems that tie strongly into social structures like sovereignty. So really like the freelance thing is, I think, a big forerunner of that brings a lot of excitement to the table. But then there's been stuff like the SOV upgrades as well that are really about strengthening your space and your group. So it's really, again, Legion is sort of that social element, the social structure, and the social bonds between players.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of really cool elements that are coming in EVE Legion. One of the kind of the big takeaways and big popular things were freelance jobs. CCP Ratari, tell us a little bit about freelancing and just kind of what this means to the EVE ecosystem and what this unlocks.
Yeah, this is a continuation of a longer roadmap that we've been shipping against for like many expansions. I think the first real expansion, Viridian, had core projects. Before that, we basically had a primer in the form of Air Career Program. Kind of, we call it organized goals. It's boring, but it's just like getting a framework where we can give out, or like people can set goals for themselves, for others. And this is the second to last like big piece of it. Freelancing is basically being able to create jobs or projects for people who don't belong to your corporation. So in some way, we call it player-made missions. It's go fight in this system, go die in this system, go claim this system, deliver this item. Like all the components of a mission are basically being given to players, and given to people who organize for others. There's a lot of volunteers and PSI, new player recruitment corporations that basically all they do is work on getting people into New Eden, and because they love the game and they think everyone should play it and everyone deserves to play online. So this is a huge step towards that. It's a technological feat as well. And the final step is then alliance projects that kind of follows on top of that. then we've basically done the whole suite, and we can then iterate, add more contribution methods, etc. But this is a tool for content creators, and I think we don't know what they're going to do with it. We know a lot of people what they're going to do with it, but it's not just about new players. It's also about like people working together across corporations. It could be great for faction warfare cooperation. It could be great for people who live in nullsec but don't own SOV. Like, how do they like contribute into their ecosystem? So yeah, it's not only new players. The theme is new players and helping new players in the beginning, but it's bigger than that.
Yeah, Susie Burger, I know you were talking about to a lot of players at FanFest about how they plan to use this thing. And you know, whenever development makes a plan, we're smart enough to realize we know that players are going to do stuff in a way that we don't expect. But without kind of like going into it too much, what do you think players are going to try and break with freelance jobs? What do you think they're going to try and like?
Before we go into that, let's hop into the patch notes and look at exactly what is coming out with it. So, freelance jobs, a new way to earn ISK, explore gameplay, and get on the radar of powerful corporations. Freelance jobs are now available across New Eden. Freelance jobs are tasks created by player-run corporations, which open to pilots outside of their own ranks. Available through Air Opportunities in the corporation show info window. Capsulators can browse nearby jobs in the opportunities window. The corporation show info window you can see all of the active freelance jobs. Real-time updates as new jobs become available within range. You can have up to 3 freelance jobs active at the same time, but you can resign from them at any time and accept new ones. After accepting a job and contributing to it, you earn the ISK rewards assigned by the job creator automatically. Earn rewards need to be claimed through the rewards tab on opportunities for each job details view. Job creation interface similar to corporation projects. Project manager role required for job creation. Corporations have 100 freelance jobs available at a time. For your job to be visible in the opportunities window, you have to set the job broadcast location to one of your corp's offices. The job will be broadcasted within 5 jumps of the office. Each job can have up to 20 broadcast locations. Issuing jobs have a cost of 100,000 ISK per day of the job's duration, and broadcasting a new job has a cost of 150,000 ISK per day per broadcasting location. So we talked about this in previous things, but like, especially these last two are designed to be kind of deterrent from people just, you know, messing around with them. You know, you can put an opportunity that's just designed to troll or trick people, but you are also going to have to actually put ISK into the system in order to do that. Administrative controls, removing capsulators from jobs, participant view to track contributions, job cycle management. The minimum job duration is 15 minutes. Can you imagine having a job that's like 15 minutes? That seems weird, right? Maximum job duration is 1 year. That's also crazy. Security and access control, age-based restrictions. You can restrict your job so that only characters of a certain EVE age can access it. Is useful for creating jobs that target new players and recruitment purposes, or for older characters if needed. So you can have ship insurance, which means if you lose a ship, I pay you. Mine minerals, which again, this isn't turn in, this is just mine. So if you mine the minerals in that area, or mine materials rather, mine ore or whatever, in the system, then it, like, that you don't have to put a payment on it, but that is what the goal, like the task is. You'll also have to do it from a corp office, and those can get expensive in highly populated areas, yeah. But the fact that it broadcasts up to 10 jumps away, 5 jumps away, makes that a little bit easier. Damage capsuleers. Okay, so shoot people, capture complex faction warfare complex, defend faction warfare complex, and destroy non-capsuleers. I've said this before. I think that the capture faction warfare complex and defend faction warfare complex are going to be the most obvious use cases. However, I find it very interesting. Oh, cool, great. I will look at it. I find it very interesting what they are about to say as what they think this is going to be used for. And I'm interested to see what people, whether or not you guys agree with this. And because I'm not going to lie, I'm fairly skeptical, at least with the way that it is right now, with just these tools. But we'll see what they have to say.
Unleash into the community.
Well, of course, the initial reaction, there was a lot of people talking about the evil stuff they were going to build. But kind of during the pub crawl, there were a lot of great conversations that spun out. Like there was a lot of people talking about how they're going to change how they recruit into their corporations. But one of my favorite conversations was with a capsuleer who had already started writing up like vignettes, like, you know, about, or kind of these short stories that he wanted to get into New Eden, like his own kind of vignettes, EVE Online vignettes. And he wanted to kind of get people into wormholes and getting them to see kind of cool places in wormholes and read his stories that he kind of experienced throughout his EVE life. So yeah, just kind of imagine the awesomeness of player-made epic arcs like that. Like that's.
So this is actually really cool. Like they keep framing this as like this is the pieces of making new missions. Yeah, I would be too. I don't know how much you want me to show it off, but yeah, Gizmo's talking about he won apparently the video card, the really good video card from the FanFest. So congratulations. When are you sending it to me? I look forward to getting it. Thank you. You're so nice. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. You got a cool note from CSP Convict too. Whoop. Congrats on winning this GPU. I'm sure you'll put it to good use. You can run so many EVE clients on it. There's so much room for EVE clients on this baby. That sounds cool. I need a new video card. Any rate, all right. So, but like this idea of player-made epic arcs, this idea of like players built, like putting your stories in it. They talk about how you can put like a big chunk of text in this, but like if I wanted to send somebody to a special system, I still don't think I have that, but it does. I think that it does. It's an interesting possibility, right? Like, I actually think it'd be cool to make like achievements, you know, like go visit this system, go visit this system. And I guess you could theoretically do like a destroy non-capsuleer. So go kill a rat in this system. But they even talk about like turning in items that isn't even in this expansion. So, or at least not in the initial release. So there's some of these theories that they're talking about here that I feel like is already talking about what's beyond the initial release of this expansion, which I think it has been kind of the overall theme / problem of this expansion so far, at least as we've covered it, is the fact that so much like they can't just talk about what is coming on the 27th because everything is just like step one of a bigger thing.
That's the stuff that I look forward to seeing.
Yeah, there's so many cool possibilities here on how players are going to do it. We're always impressed with how players like use the tools that we give them. Corporation projects is something that you know, they started in Viridian, and we've just been kind of building on different contribution methods, and we've seen so many different groups use these for things like buyback programs, SRP, hauling stuff. Like there's just everything is as it feels like possible with that. So it'll definitely be exciting to see what players do with freelance jobs, even the ones that, like, as you were talking about.
Oh man, there's even a note. Maybe they said it earlier and I didn't catch it, but like, I think CSP Swift at the very beginning of the introduction is that there's a series of, you know, they did the Legion in Focus series. Maybe he hasn't mentioned it yet, but like that stood out to me when I watched this the first time. I'm like, what are you talking about? There was only one Legion in Focus. Now, that was obviously like, you know, this is a compressed timeline. They announced it 3 weeks before it was like ready to be done, or, you know, the expansion's coming out. And so they crammed everything. But like, even when he says it, he kind of Freudian slips in the idea of like a series of Legion in Focus when it was only one other video or one other, you know, presentation.
Send players or try to send new players into dangerous areas to like mine Veldspar and Tama, or go through Abzad or something like that. Yeah.
Or sell very expensive things for like a really low price. That's gonna.
So again, selling is not one of the options.
I think it's also like the mission isn't just like deliver item to place. There's a big text.
There's no
description
deliver item
that,
one.
that players can author into.
It's weird that they're not even talking about real things that are actually coming in the expansion, right? Like, his example is not something that's coming on the 27th. I'm happy, by the way. This is this is the piece of this that like has really splintered in my mind.
So they can write, like you're saying, Burger. They can write like a whole description. They can role play into this box completely.
Previously, you said that we might not see the full intention of what the opening update on May 27th. Honest question: do you think Legion will be a lesser update than what we advertise? I think that so. I mean, this has been a thing that they've always done, where like an expansion, day one of the expansion isn't the whole thing, right? Most of the big changes that we think, oh man, that's too old of an example, but like there have been, like I can even think back from like Inferno days, where the Inferno update did change faction warfare, but like there was a whole second update to Inferno that made it the way that it is or was before Uprising. So like this idea that like the expansion, the release day of the expansion isn't the entire expansion, that the entire expansion comes out throughout the expansion, is like something that's always been true, and they're really hammering in on now. But like, and there have been concerns like this in the past, and like they do follow up pretty quickly. So I'm not actually too concerned about them actually following up with this stuff. I just think it's funny that since all of the stuff that they're coming out with is foundational, that they keep accidentally slipping into stuff that is coming later as opposed to the exact things that we're getting on the 27th. There have been a lot of criticism about CCP expansions of late being a bit light, except for like, I think that that's a big piece of like, well, they came out with expansions before, because I remember back in the day, like way back in the day, back when I still played WoW, I would have arguments with people or discussions with people about like WoW versus EVE. And like WoW expansions are so much bigger than EVE expansions. But like EVE expansions are once every 6 months and are free. WoW expansions are once every 2 years and are paid. So that's a significant difference in like scope, but also WoW expansions are often just resetting the treadmill, right? Like, how much really new do you get? Often it's just a resetting of things. There's a whole bunch of new zones, but it's basically just the same thing again with new zones, new dungeons, like a refresh of everything. But like as far as like actual expansive content, it can often be light. And even with World of Warcraft, actually, especially nowadays, an expansion might just undo a bunch of the stuff from the previous expansion. Not following, as long as they don't pull it forward, then it becomes old obsolete content. Like when they're not the player housing, but like you could have your war clan big headquarters thing that was like the highlight of one of the expansions, and then everybody liked it, and then the next expansion they just didn't support it, so it's now a thing in the past. Whereas with EVE, everything in the expansion is actually an expansion, right? Everything kind of builds up off of everything else. So I push back on people saying that it's not very expansive of an expansion. I think that also part of the problem is that this is a lot of foundational stuff. This is a lot of stuff that I could see CCP being excited about, but the player base not necessarily seeing it as being a huge thing right now. In the same sort of way, like Viridian was also not that big of an expansion. But if you look back at it now, like corp projects did very much change how the game plays out on a day-to-day basis for a lot of people. The idea of freelance jobs is very likely going to, like, we will reference Eve Legion and its expansion from now on. I can tell you that right now. In the same way that we do reference, they're referencing Viridian as the opening of corp projects, right? There, on some level, there is going to be a time before Eve Legion and a time after Eve Legion, and so that's how I like to kind of assess it. But I don't know. Like, I sometimes don't know what people necessarily expect or want. And I think that a part of that comes from the fact that players don't necessarily know what they expect or want. It's easy to be like, we want more. But as soon as you start biting into like what would mean more, it all kind of falls apart, which is why it's too easy to say, oh, there's nothing here. And yeah, that's my feelings on it.
And they can set up a chain. They can call it like mission 1 and mission 2 and mission 3. So like the tooling is there to like as a prototype for,
I guess,
chaining and
an interesting question would be like, not is this too big, too small of an expansion? My bigger question would be, what if they went to like a 1 expansion a year deal, right? Because like really what you could say is it'd be nice if they could let this expansion cook for an extra month or 2, right? So that way they can come out with a bunch of the extra stuff that's coming out, going to be coming throughout the expansion. Instead, just delay the whole expansion until it's quote unquote ready. But then you really like, at a certain point, you just kind of keep pushing it back. And it's like, well, what if we had only 1 expansion per year? They could obviously make it bigger, but like, would that be better? A, I don't think it would necessarily be better. And B, and they talk about this too, there is a certain amount of like, they need to get this stuff out there so that way they can adapt to whatever happens next, right? It's hard to actually build, like, when they made Revenant, I bet they knew that they were going to make a Revenant major update. And they probably knew at least some of the stuff that's going to come in the Revenant major update. But it wasn't until after the Revenant update did it become clear some of the other stuff that needed to be prioritized for it. So I think that like doing this in an iterative fashion, even though it's not necessarily as sexy for the player base, is definitely the better way to develop. And I also like to remind people that like the only difference between an expansion and a patch is marketing. People like to talk, oh, this isn't an expansion, it's a patch, blah, 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 blah. The only real difference between an expansion and a patch is marketing, right? So it has a name, it has a trailer, it has a theme, it's an expansion. What if they do a future expansion once a year with a mid-year expansion that's iterative? Well, so, and this was actually pointed out in a really smart way a couple weeks ago when we were talking about this, where basically what they've done is they've just remade the quadrant system, but with better branding, right? Because the quadrant system was once a quadrant, they would have a pretty significant update. So now if you take the expansion and the expansion's major update, and you know, that's 4 updates a year, 4 quadrants. Hey, look, you've just recreated quadrants with extra branding. So they've bounced back and forth over the decade with this kind of topic, but I think that this is just kind of a better way to sell the product to the player base.
kind of having like branched paths even for them to follow, because it's basically kind of it's just an open book for them.
Definitely. And like also we're looking at, I mean, this is a huge change. It's a pretty groundbreaking feature just in the history of MMOs. Like, I mean, we've heard about player-made content forever, but player-made mission in a persistent universe is.
This is actually a really good point that he's making. That this is kind of like the idea of player-made missions in an MMO sandbox is a huge deal. And so even though this is the most barest bones piece of it, even though it doesn't seem like a big deal to us, the players, from a development standpoint, from an industry standpoint, this is terrifying. This is like the biggest fucking thing ever. So yeah, they're tiptoeing into it, but like in the end, this is going to be the thing that they like. There are news articles. There are going to be GDC talks about this. Right, there's going to be a whole new branch of study of game design based around this.
It's a scary topic. So we are kind of easing the release out a bit. You know, we're starting with 5 contribution methods. We're adding the 6th.
It's important to note that like some of these contribution methods may not be like held back because they haven't technically built it. It's not technically feasible. It could very well be that these are just the least, they saw these as being potentially the least destructive while giving people the chances to play around with it, right? Like in a lot of these cases, like our reaction is like, oh, well, I don't know whether or not anybody's going to do anything with that. Not, oh my God, this is going to break everything, right? Let's let the stuff that could actually, like, this is creaking the Pandora's box just a little bit open. But again, remember, from a development side, this is terrifying.
Contribution method quite soon after expansion, and then we're going to kind of bring them out one by one. But we're also looking at later this summer. We're looking at ESI integration into freelance jobs, and there's the possibilities there are incredible. Being able to listen to kind of completion and unlocking new projects and things like that.
Right, and that mine minerals and Amake, that is a very Eve thing to do, but like as far as like letting the beast out of the door, it's not game breaking in the same way as what might other things be. Like, for instance, if you have a thing where it's like, oh, donate this material, does that undermine the market in some critical way, right? Like there are actually bigger considerations for some of these other tasks, not just technical requirements for implementation, but design considerations. And they need to prove out the system. Like they put it almost feels like they put some of these features in, or some of the choices in, as bait to see how bad people are going to do. Like, okay, well, we're going to give them the ability to tell people to mine ore in Amamake, but we're going to make it cost something. We're going to make it so it broadcasts. So we're just going to see, does it turn into the nightmare scenario that we think it might, or does it turn out to be just fine? And then based on whether or not it turns out just fine, then you more aggressively push the more riskier versions, right?
I think the sky's the limit here.
Yeah, that was.
I actually really love the idea of, so I think that they're kind of taking the Skinner approach, makes the feature light and then slowly make it better. Yeah, the Skinner came out in like a beta mode, or alpha almost. That's true. And that's the thing is that it's one of those things that's like, for us now going through it, sure, it's pretty winded, but, and to a certain extent, we are testing the system, not just the technical side of things, but the social side of things. And so, in a year, the fact that right now, I pause this at the perfect moment for C Spiritati. Let me tell you, in a year, it's not going to matter that this feature was released so bare bones, right? You'll need somebody like me to remind people how bare bones it was when it first was released. When Core Projects was first released, you couldn't even pay people for the stuff that they were turning in. You could be like, thank you for giving me it, but that's it. One thing that like he was talking about when it comes to like the getting people to go out and do like the visit the wormhole thing, I unironically now want them to add just a visit X system, right? Because think about it this way. Check it out. If you have visit X system and you can get, you have to be at the corp job headquarters or within 5 jumps in order to get that mission. Players could build, visit X site is fine, but think about it, as long as it's a specific like one, but the point here is that you could do races. You could do the Federation Grand Prix, player-built Federation Grand Prix, right? Because you have the time that they accept the job, and then you have the time that they complete the job. And so you could actually be like, okay, well, we're going to reward the fastest time from this headquarters to, BTAC-R. That could be cool. Where he said they had plans to make use of the Skinner Marketplace to host other items. I mean, I hope that's lights for your ship. They need to go back and add more stuff to the Evermark store. They need to add more effects to the Evermark store before they worry too much about adding too much more to the Skinner Marketplace. Hot take.
ESI stuff is, most players will never interact with ESI directly, but
if you have
there's
ESI
almost no
integration with that, like you literally could just make a race, right? I guess you still could do it with kill a rat, like travel to New Eden, punch. You missed me showing off your skin. That's what you missed. You could do a race, where it's like go there and kill a single rat, and then that be the deadline. So it's like go to New Eden, kill a rat. That may or may not work out, though, depending on whether or not there's rats to kill at that moment.
way you can play Eve and not interact with ESI, like created products in some way. We use it all the time here, even when we're doing development stuff. It's just players come up with the best solutions to things, and ESI really unlocks that. So I know when you were talking about this at FanFest, you two, there was some like real big cheers for ESI when that topic came up.
Yeah, it was funny. Like after the keynote, I had a couple of people come up to me.
I would like to see opportunities, or these freelance opportunities, to effectively completely replace contract system. That'd be nice. I don't know how far away you are from that, but like, but I agree that there's too many windows. That's why opportunities and agencies should all be folded in together with show info and rebranded as Aura. And no, I will not stop banging this drum.
Me saying like, I'm sorry, I didn't scream. I was just so shocked that you actually acknowledged our existence that I just cried a little.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to.
Again, like I've said this many times, like I'm torn. I'm so happy that CCP is finally acknowledging the sheer power of ESI and how important it is and how much they need to support it.
Me saying like, I'm sorry, I didn't scream. I was just so shocked that you actually acknowledged our existence that I just cried a little. So yeah, shout out to my ESI peeps.
It's these
Lot of love.
unsung heroes of the ecosystem. It's the
100%.
same thing with recruitment, etc. So a lot of this organizational goal strategy started really, or like gained momentum when we talked to people like Kushal and like.
Yeah.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My first major endorsement for CSM this year, if they're running again. You know, I've said this many times before. You can go back and watch all of my other CSM coverage. I always say that the CSM person who's supporting the ESI is like usually my number one. They are in competition with Dutch Gunner for who I'm going to recommend the most for voting in CSM. And here they are straight up saying that, you know, I've been shocked at how much love they've been giving in to the ESI in this year, and with this, you know, the presentations at FanFest. And by God, Kushal Aderon, I don't know you, but thank you for convincing them that the ESI is super important. That's amazing how impactful that can be.
Try to understand what they need to be better at their, because they're volunteering. They're like, how can we make volunteers work better? And I think that's the same thing with the goals. I think people who don't see themselves doing this, they can't imagine other people doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, who is this for? Like, who's even going to do this? There's plenty of people who are going to do it, and they're going to populate the world and enrich the world with all kinds of stuff.
Here's a question, and I'm curious about this. With all of this love about ESI, I'm looking for feedback. So comment down below or wherever. Would you be interested in me doing a series on how to develop things with the ESI? Right? Like I've been a software programmer for about a decade. I've taught people how to do software development. Would it be cool to have like a, you know, here's how to set up your SSH with ESI. Here's how to, you know, here's how to build basic classes, you know, probably working with like JavaScript or something. Would that be useful to people? Malin says yes. We'll see.
Like the ESA people, like I almost everyone's a beneficiary of the ESI, even if they don't ever see it.
I think, Ratati, you talked about in FanFest how our strategy is really putting things in players' hands across the board, and both ESI and Freelance speak to that. And
Sounds good.
Like
What's up, Havoc?
Players are already doing this, and it's amazing to see. And so it's just pushing this paradigm forward and giving more opportunities and more tools and more ways of doing this. So thank you for everybody who builds on ESI and provides for everybody, and thank you for everybody who already like helps new players. This is just another way to do that. And I think like I'm personally really excited also just to see the unexpected, the creativity and the stories that will come out of this, because inevitably there's going to be stories.
Yeah, someone's gonna put up a freelance job, and they're either going to make a lifelong friend or a lifelong bitter enemy that will drive them through their path in New Eden. I'm always like, both of them are just as enriching as the other, but moving on a little bit, when we're looking at some of these freelance jobs, there's some branding on there, so you can kind of distinguish. You don't have to just look at a corp logo or anything like that. What does corp identity mean? When we talk about things like the palette and things like this.
If I maybe start on this one on a bit of a higher level. So one of the long-standing dreams that we've been wanting to push is how can we kind of give more ownership to capsuleers? How can we give away more of the ownership? How can we give you more ways of making space your own? And we've done this, like you all have seen awesome projects like the Structure Skinner and Chip Skinner. And this is the next step in that evolution, where we kind of give players more tools to paint the universe in their colors. And even if we're just using this for core projects or freelance projects right now, this is a huge step forward in kind of adding your flavor, oftentimes flavor that you only see outside the client, into the universe. So I'm very pumped about this.
So this is one of those things that I think really highlights what is going on with Legion when I say, like, this is foundational stuff, and so we're building off of it. Like, corp branding, this piece of corp branding is so low level when it comes to its implementation, right? This isn't the corp skinner. This isn't any of that stuff. This is like the bit, like, when you're doing development, you've got user stories, right? And then like certain things build off of other things, but you need things to be like, sometimes something is a blocker for something else, right? So in order for there to be corp skins, there must be the capacity to build corp, like to specify the corporation colors. That's a prerequisite. So if you had the story, a player can make a corporation branded skin, there must first have been a story. A corporation administrator can make a branding for a corp. And so what we're seeing here is like almost a feature released in the middle of its development, right? Like, this is having a corp branded skin is two parts. One, the definition of the branding, and two, the implementation of the branding. And so what we're seeing here is that first step. So again, it's not a critical step for us as players. It doesn't really do much for us as players, but for the game and for its expansion and for its future development, this is a critical piece that then plays into future pieces. And that's kind of what they're going to be talking about here. But I think that this corp branding is probably the most indicative thing as to like the state of Legion as an expansion. Because it by itself isn't much, but it functions as a prerequisite for so much more. Am I getting freelance jobs wrong? Will you just help out other corps without getting paid in some way, or am I just misunderstood? So people can pay you for it. The corp that puts up the freelance jobs decide whether or not you want to pay for it. Yeah. in part to see how well received. And if it's received well, they'll push some frontier tools into EVE Online. I mean, there is a certain piece to that, where like when but the thing is that so much of this has come into like are part of a development that we've kind of seen coming for like several years, and they've talked about these sorts of things that I really do feel like they're on a journey, and this is like the step of the journey that they are on right now, if that makes sense. See, Corp CEO. Okay, what color is going to be our brand look? Corp members, black and red. Okay, how about black and yellow? Corp CEO. Okay, we're going to go all pink. Yep. I mean, and I think that that's a nifty part of it. Like the EVE Online is about player interactions. You know, the corporation and its identity. I think that this is an interesting piece to the social matters of EVE Online, in a level that like a player that's evaluating this may not necessarily appreciate, but somebody who's studying this game may find it fascinating how people engage with this stupid little piece of the functionality.
Yeah, me too. It's one of the first projects I worked on when I joined EVE, was to start taking a look at like my approach was to basically just to come in as a very fresh kind of like new eyes looking at the same problem, and identify like I just went around and asked everyone kind of like what are these things like.
No, this isn't the only content that I can find. In fact, we're going to do more stuff as soon as this is over. But you know, people expect for me to break down what's being talked about, and so here we are.
People complain about this, they ask about this stuff, and one of the perpetual asks was always structure skins and player made skins, and basically always corp skins and structure skins. It wasn't necessarily the ask for like fully customized skins, but it was like an ability to.
But will it be driven by the free market? No. I mean, if they per se go say mine this amount of Veldspar, and they may not pay the amount that I can get for the X M3 of that ore, what's in it for you? You get the ore. Like, this doesn't say turn in Veldspar. It says go mine Veldspar. So if you go mine it, you get the reward from the task and the Veldspar.
Be a part of something, an organization, an identity. So that's where this kind of spawned from. But we also have used this opportunity to kind of tie in something that people wanted to evolve technologically. So like all of the Quasar stuff has been a beneficiary of this stuff as well. We've had to invent technology to be able to do this. One part was, as Chimichanga explained to develop Quasar, we need to figure out presence, which we didn't have, and explain all that stuff. So to see who is wearing what colors. But in that vein, one of the first things we did was emblems, which is basically simply listening to an established fact. And that to me is like the corporation palette is a continuation of that, because you're basically saying like, I'm establishing these colors. Now all I have to do is set up like antennas or emitters for these things, banners. You can make the universe just listen to this like very simple preset of logos, colors, maybe even a CEO portrait or.
So this is a very important thing of what he's talking about, and why this corp color thing is technically a big deal on their side, even if for us it's hard to understand. We're basically, like, as he's saying, there are listeners for details, right? So we define certain things, like they talk about the corp, the CEO's portrait. So now on structures, you can see the CEO's portrait. You can see the corporation's logo. So the corporation is defining things about the universe that the universe can then like utilize because it's been defined. In order to be able to utilize things that are defined, we must first be allowed to define them. Hence, corporation corporate palettes.
Or like a corporation mantra, or like a guideline, or something like a cool sentence. Like
now then, give me Snake Hat so that way I don't have to feel bad about that. He even brings up Evermarks and fucking corp logos. Do more of that, and I'll be a little bit more confident about where we're going with all of this. I want my snake hat.
Now you can basically say just like show everywhere, and on billboards and everything else. So that's why core palette is way more than just 3 RGB colors. It's just like it's the brain of the whole thing. So that's why we're excited, but it always needs like a because part, and it's going to be more visible now in players' hands.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see us build on top of things. Like a couple expansions ago, we had a lot of foundational things, and it's fun to see how we're building on top of these things and giving players more tools on.
Right. Yeah. No, it's about making mining happen. That particular one would be about making mining happen in a specific place. I assume that like you might want to do that just so if someone does like, hey, go mine in this area that happens to be like where we mine, and then if somebody picks that up, then I might reach out to them and be like, hey man, I see you started mining in our system. Would you like to join our corps? So then you can get orca boosts too. Or like if I'm doing a public orca fleet, you know, like you could see how that could suddenly become a recruitment tool, right? And that's the fun thing is that this isn't even a question of like, why would I want to do that? It's a more of a question of why would the corporation want to put out that project? Right now, outside of the faction warfare one, and maybe some of the soft stuff, there isn't anything that directly lends itself to being like, haha, I want people to do this. And so that's why it's so interesting to see how people will use this stuff, because it doesn't lend itself immediately to like profit, as it were. It's just the ability to put out effect in the world. I want people to mine in this system. And so I'm going to tell people to mine in this system, or I'm going to reward it extra for people to mine in this system. And why I want to do that is all on me. Someday someone's going to mail you a baseball hat with a snake on it. Hopefully not a real snake.
Like underlying tech that couldn't just come out in one expansion. Like we just couldn't do all this stuff in one period, but give players some cool stuff. Build. I really need
to go find that snake hat picture and make sure to save it so that way I always have it to pop up every time I mention it. Because as time goes on, increasingly me making reference to snake hat is going to become incredibly obtuse. Will they come out with a big white orca with candy on its side? Well, if Skinner allows us to add text to it, then yeah, that'd be so awesome.
Tech and unlock
Free
more
candy
stuff in the future.
God, can you imagine like a Skinner? Well, like obviously, just raw text is probably a bad idea for Skinner. Although you could theoretically punish, like, oh yeah, we just delete it if it's bad, or put filters on it. But like having a Skinner component of free candy that you can put on the side of a ship, okay, that'd be funny.
And it's just really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that was the goal when we moved back to expansions, was not to kind of go back to the old model where we did like one huge thing and then the next huge thing and then the third huge thing, but much rather kind of build something, iterate, introduce something new, iterate. And
that's true. Opportunities are going to be a great way to signal to safety and code where to go to kill people.
You know, we kind of talked about it when we started this journey. But I think the proof is in the pudding. Like, it doesn't matter unless you do it, and hopefully, capsuleers are seeing that change.
Yeah, even beyond expansions, like the old expansions were a bit still haphazard. Like they wouldn't necessarily continue a theme. They would introduce something amazing and then kind of maybe. So our like commitment at the time was like, even expansions need to form a cohesive plan as well. I'm very reminded of this. I'm rewatching Star Wars now after Andor, so I'm watching 7 to 9, and they remind me a little bit of the expansions of old. Kind of like, new director, completely different ideas, not going to continue at all what happens in the last movie. So we're trying to do more like Andor stuff than 7 to 9. I'd say.
That's an interesting point to think about. Now, obviously, and they talk about how they inherited this thing, right? One of the biggest points is that this entire team, I mean, C. Spiritati came from like back in the day to a certain extent, but like this team of leadership of EVE Online did not exist when they had expansions the first time, right? And they shut down expansions. So they brought back expansions or whatever, but they feel like they inherited things where they are. And so it is true that since expansions have come back, they've done a much better job of having kind of one expansion flow into the next one. But it sounds like they're even working on it even more, which seems fair, I guess. I mean, obviously Equinox flowed into Revenant really, really well. Revenant, I would like to say that Revenant flows into Legion, but I feel like Revenant was all about the Drifter buildup. I know, well, he said that he just got done being sick. He looks like he's like still sick or like on death's door or whatever. Like he does look pale compared to the others. It's true. But I mean, he says he's feeling better, so that's good. But the point is that it's kind of interesting that Legion, I'm not sure how much it picks up where Revenant left off in the same sort of way as like Revenant seems to shoot a little bit past Legion, which may also give us the reason why we kind of feel like Legion is a midpoint instead of an actual like full expansion or whatever. I don't know. It is a really weird expansion compared to some of the others.
Talking about big projects that we're undertaking, the new map and stuff like that. Like
Let's talk about the map.
Bring the map into New Eden. Let's talk about that a little bit. What is, I guess, just to recap, what is coming in Legion with regards to the map?
So we're taking the first steps in what is the best way of saying this? I'm not going to say introducing a new map, but maybe finishing the map that we introduced in 2016, 17-ish.
And they talk about this, but this is a good example of like CCP's old style of doing things, but like the piece that is I want to point out before we even dig too deep into this topic is the idea that like the new map was absolutely panned when it came out and is still panned to this day. Like people still use the old map. There's a reason why like CCP Swift calls it the new map and talks about that, but like there's a reason why it's still called the new map, and part of it is because of how many people have stuck with the old map because the new map just didn't do it for people. There was like they came out with it, they made a big change, they wanted to do more with it, but it was so why like there's so much public hate for it. I don't have actual stats about its usage or whatever, but over time it hasn't even really died down. You know, people hate on the new map and claim to like the old map a lot. And so, you know, when they came out with the new map, the changes that they made were not loved. They didn't have a good idea of where they wanted to go with it from there, given how much people didn't like it. And so they just kind of left it alone until now. And that has happened a lot in EVE Online, where something like comes out and because players turn against it, they kind of just don't follow up on it.
So yeah, we did like a huge. We started on the map back then. It was in a dire need of update due to how we changed how the camera end game worked. But we never really finished it, and it was just one of those orphans that we forgot, and we're trying to be better at not leaving things by the roadside for too long. Yes, I know. Scream at me. Twitch chat. Yes. Bring it out. It's fine. Lodge and kill mails. Yeah. I know. But you know, let's
I'm
start
just glad
with the
they
map.
keep mentioning Lodge and kill mails.
For this first expansion of the new map, we're looking at kind of some of the core functionality. We're looking at a lot of the filters that were kind of hidden up on top of it, and we're moving it down into their own section. We're introducing favorites and allowing you way more custom. You can customize your banner and stuff like that. And we're just kind of making it more accessible for everyone. We have some awesome.
That's just an undelivered promise right there.
Future vision ideas that we talked about at FanFest, how we want to kind of, make the map more a thing that you use in your day-to-day play. And we want to introduce cool things like, making it feel more alive, allowing you to read the story of your local system, show you some of the awesomeness that has happened in space that you oftentimes need to kind of leave the client and read elsewhere about. And it should just be, it's a core fundamental piece of the experience, and we've not been treating it as such. So this is the first important step on making it more a centerpiece in your experience.
Yeah, you can tell how much of an Eve boomer I am, because I still think of that map as the new map, even though, as CD Burger, you were mentioning, it's like 10 years old. It's not a new map at all. But we've got a new, we got like new updates for that map.
A newer map.
One thing to remember, or one thing that was pointed out, is that this doesn't get rid of the old map, right? There's still going to be the new map, old map dichotomy. And I actually think that that's really good, because rather than look at it like, oh shit, people don't like the new map, so we shouldn't put extra development effort into it. I think that, and also rather than saying like, okay, we're just going to cancel the old map so that way we don't have to support both. I really honestly appreciate the fact that CCP is giving themselves the challenge of like, we need to make the new map good enough that people actually change over. And they could theoretically use usage statistics as a metric to see how successful they're being in that changeover, right? Because like their goal would be that people voluntarily stop using the old map and start using the new map.
Yeah. To bring things together, have information at a glance that players can use. And I know the teams have been like really active in figuring out like, what are the pain points in the map? What do you use it for? What should you use it for? And just making sure data is presented in a way that you can just look at and be like, yeah, that's where I want to go. That's where I definitely don't want to go. And just, I want to plan my route this way and things like this.
And there was a great UI.
Well, no, there's still going to be a new map and an old map. The old map is going to still be the old map, and the new map is going to be the new map. So this is actually just an update to the new map, the one that came out 10 years ago. The old map is remaining untouched, from my understanding.
There were like a series of great UI UX workshops at FanFest. They were quite small. There were only like between 10 and 14 people in each workshop. A lot of people that tried to get in. Sadly, not everyone could. And yeah, I just want to give huge shout out to everyone that attended those, and they gave us incredibly valuable feedback on, if it was mining or the map or fitting. And we're taking that feedback and really kind of folding it into the next steps beyond Legion.
I am excited at, like, it used to be that they had the idea that, like, well, third-party tools, we don't want to step on them. So if they're doing it right, then we want to just let them do it right. I understand their concern about, like, well, if we just steal the third-party tool stuff, then people will be mad and not want to do third-party tools anymore. But I think that we're kind of crossed that Rubicon a while ago, especially with people, like, we've had several significant examples recently, none that immediately jump to mind. Well, actually, Eve Praisals immediately jumps to mind, but, like, there are other more serious examples where, a third-party tool that everyone uses no longer is supported and it's just vanished, right? Like, there's nothing... CCP... Dotland could disappear tomorrow and CCP could do nothing about it, right? So it makes sense for CCP to instead being like, okay, well, we don't want to step on third-party tools, and it be more like, what are people actually using this stuff for? It's not a question of, do we want to remake Dotland? It's like, well, what is driving people to go the extra step to use a website for a map instead of the in-game map? What can we learn from that? Because let me tell you, as a person who tries to teach people how to play the game, convincing somebody to go and use a third-party tool is a huge ask. That's a big barrier to entry. So the idea that like you can't do fitting without Pyfa, or you can't do mapping without Dotlan. Now, obviously, neither of those are literally true, but to a certain extent, like as much as people are more willing to go and use these third-party tools than utilize the tools that exist in the game. And there is a lesson there for CCP, and it feels like CCP might finally be getting the right lesson out of all of this. Hopefully. Who knows? We'll see.
I think also from a design perspective, just talking about the map, it's a really critical piece of EVE heading into its third decade. It's really important to have something that both captivates and helps players who enter EVE understand the relationship to the space that they're in such a vast and complex game. So there's a lot of just the usability that we bring there can help people who are coming into the game for the first time or returning to the game after a while remember or re-understand how the universe is and how they exist within it. And then there's sort of our extended view of the roadmap of this, which is, you know, it's not just newer players, but it's how does everybody use this and how can it impact you moment to moment, both in what you are doing and your activities that are important to you.
So there is one piece to all of this where they're talking about showing like major events and all that stuff on the map. And like, I feel like that's one of those things that people might not appreciate as much or might try to pan. But like, if you think about how many people talk positively of Captain's Quarters right now, and how much of that positive talking revolves around the news that was on the television in Captain's Quarters, right? If you want to talk about anything that we lost when it came to Captain's Quarters, we lost that like upfront presentation about what's going on. I've actually requested, along with my Aura thing, the idea of like, I want a customizable panel that's like my news thing for the day. You know, there's that one video where the guy opens up his little thing and he flips it open and it like shows him some stuff. Like, I want that. I want a thing that pops up, but not like, you know, everybody's like, oh, well, that's like a free to play kind of like pop up, but I want to be able to customize it, right? I want a thing that's like, okay, well, I want to subscribe to the latest system flips in faction warfare. The latest kills in particular systems. If there's a massive battle, if there, you get what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to, like, when I log in, it pops up a thing that gives me all of the news based on what details I have requested to populate that front page with. That would be super cool. This is fine. It would be a good version of that. But what I'm speaking to is this desire of the player base to be able to just kind of poke around, or even better yet, sit back and let cool details about the game that I may not know about just be presented to me. I think that that's the biggest piece that we lost from Captain's Quarters, and I really hope that this idea for a map reclaims some of that.
And your organizations and kind of scaling it out to that. And then there's like Berger, you mentioned this at FanFest, but there's a very cool sort of like sci-fi element of a map too that is core to the fantasy of what EVE is. And so making sure that this is a usable tool that both allows players to navigate New Eden well, but also express that fantasy and make it feel like you're truly living in this fantastic sci-fi universe is kind of important too.
Yeah, I think we have to show like activities, life, like presence of corporations, and like it can just be more than just 3D lines. Like there's so much more we can show there from a 4X standpoint or like a 2D map perspective. You're just like we can show so many things on a moving strategic things, big movements of like fleets or whatever, even if it's in the past, you could see documented behaviors, stuff like this.
What happened in the last month? Show me
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
movement.
Put the
So like, oh yeah, hold
MER
on.
into perspective. You
I
could
like this
you could
sentence.
see documented behaviors, stuff like this.
What happened in the last month?
Yeah, what
Show me
what
like
happened when
the
I-
Yeah,
movement.
put the MER into perspective. Is huge.
I really love that. I like him saying that made me be like, you know what? I buy it now. I'm behind it. Like the idea that the MER could be something that's published in game, or at least details from the MER could be published in game through the map itself, I think is really cool. I would love to be able to like pull up the MER and then pull up the in-game map and be able to compare the two in future videos. I also like, you know, we talk about, or there's the hold on. Eve online saw changes over time. So this is the Eve Sov map from 2007 to 2020. This allows you to see the change of sovereignty over time. And this isn't the only version of this. I mean, obviously, like I literally just Googled this and this was the first thing that came up. But this should be visible, or some version of this should be visible in client, right? Wouldn't it be cool to watch the last year, the last month, the last war, and see how it plays out over time? Also, let's watch this lower left corner, Band of Brothers disappear. Boom. Yeah, I think they have plans for that in the map. Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, that's cool. I'm down with that. I want that.
Huge. Like we have at the end of the MER, you have kind of like a little visualization of stuff. Like why not just like
it almost feels like we've had a track of trying to figure out ways of doing data visualization, and then we've had a track of how to present stuff in game, but those two tracks have not been together up until this point, and I hadn't even really considered it too much, but man, there's a lot of potential for that
in the MER, like in the star map itself. Oh, press
especially since
sideline. Where's that?
Especially since like these colors could all use their alliance brandings or their corporation, you know, the executor corporation's brandings or whatever, since we can define those. If you can define those colors in game, then CCP can use those colors when showing off your stuff on the map. Ah.
That being like harvested, like all kinds of stuff that we can do. Coming like originally, obviously people played
News articles and in-game news scroller.
It plays such a hardcore part of the game of like where things are. Then you also you have your third-party
with that news
also to like
with that news post. Like if you open up, here's the one. Here's a pro tip for guys. This is totally random, not related to Legion, but just something I wanted to show you guys. So this ticker down here, right? First of all, if you click on something, it pops it up so that way you can see like. It shows like a thing, like you can see it's going down. Now you can tell that it's using this current dip as a like kind of the method of it tracking it. It looks like, this little bar here is a little bit questionable, but the truth is that you can show these different deltas. Now, here's the kicker: if you can make a special thing. So let's go ahead and make a new folder. And I'm going to call this ticker. And I'm going to put all of these Arkham Arisen skins in there. Not because I care about Arkham Arisen skins right now, but just for the sake of demonstration. And then I can right click on this ticker and I can go, this folder, and go mark as market ticker folder. And then now my market ticker is these items. So if you're interested in particular items, you can specify a folder full of things that you're trying to keep track of on the market, and then they will show up right down here alongside, the basic stuff. So, yep, Yep. At least a few of you guys just got excited. Like the stream if you learned something new today. That is a content. You know, I've been thinking about this. You know what I want to do for content for the shorts? I want to do like actual stories, like why circadian seekers are called Autothisian lancers. Why do we have boots.ini? You know, there's a lot of fun Eve stories that I feel like I could tell in a fun way for a short. But I had to get that fucking turret video done first. Like the stream for getting the turret video done. At least the first pass.
To find stuff and figure stuff out. So like, I think there's also a huge way of starting to think about like, what if, how do we embrace the same thing, like the third party development? How do we embrace that into our map instead of having it outside of
Illarina says, gotta love boots.ini. I gotta love Streamlabs killing anything that has word.
the client. That's future vision, but that's I think with logic.
Hold on, what are they talking about?
To find stuff and figure stuff out. So like, I think there's also a huge way of starting to think about like, what if, how do we embrace the same thing, like the third party development? How do we embrace that?
Here's my question for here's my point for CCP with this stuff. The map is great for sharing all of this like public knowledge and like being able to look at historical stuff and all that stuff. Here's my challenge for you. We should be able to, as corporation leaders or whatever, like share stuff with other people about stuff. Like, not just should we integrate Dotlan, but how much of Tripwire can we implement into the mapping system of Eve? Now, obviously, mapping wormholes might be a little bit more wonky when it comes to how it gets presented. But, like, what if people want to put their own information into the game? How do we do that?
Into our map instead of having it outside of the client. That's future vision, but that's I think where it logically goes.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cool plans for the future. You know, just stuff that is coming in Legion, as we're able to show, like just making more usability, adding more function to the map, and we'll be talking to you guys in the future about like what you want to see in a 2D map or what type of planning you want to have. Like, we definitely want to build this thing in collaboration with players, not only the CSM, but kind of everywhere. Just so you use the map and you can get the most use out of it. But kind of moving on to some other stuff.
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if you had a map and like it showed you, like you're like looking around and you're like, oh, this system has a little branch out, and then you click on it and it's like, oh, someone has mapped a wormhole to that, and so you could now you're on that layer, you know? Oh, like there's a whole player built layer of wormhole mapping above that. Now, granted, that might be hard with the fact that like bookmarks aren't like Tripwire gets away with the fact that it's not a perfect map because wormholes can close and people update it. If it's in the map, then it feels more like it should update itself. If things like yeah, there definitely is. It's not a non-trivial request. But I think it'd be really cool.
That's coming in Legion. There are some sub upgrades building on top of the structure that we first started with Equinox. We can see that there's been a lot of...
Here's the thing. Okay, anybody who tells me that this expansion is not a big expansion that is also a nullsecker, I don't believe you. Like, these SOV upgrades are huge. Like, they may not seem like much, but being able to actually add your own weather effects, like this is a thing that we've been talking about for 2 years now. If you want to argue about it, I would argue that this SOV upgrade thing is the biggest change part of this whole Equinox suite that has happened, right? Like, this is what it's all been about. This is the terraforming. So I don't like. It feels like it's too easy for the player base to be like, nah, this ain't enough. Nah, this ain't enough. Nah, this ain't enough. It's like, come on, man. What is enough at that point, right?
A lot of updates between now and Equinox, or between Equinox and now. You know, this kind of speaks to your point, CCB Burger, or I think it might have been Ritario. One of you two brought up that expansions aren't just a singular moment. They're kind of like there's a continuum in there, and this is something that we've talked about a little bit. CCB Okami, when we talk about
what could be cool is that if wormhole locations became somehow mapped not using bookmarks, like some sort of system, some nebulous system is made to allow you to record a wormhole for your organization that doesn't require a bookmark per se, that opens up a lot of possibilities, including for opportunities like corp projects, right? Because like scanning down a wormhole, fine, whatever, but like identifying, like if the act of identifying a wormhole is special beyond a normal bookmark, then you really could create a corp project to map out your chains, right?
building on top of Equinox,
I keep pausing at the
what does that
perfect
really
times
mean?
for CCB Rattati.
Yeah, so I talked a bit about this at FanFest, but really it's a framework, right? Like it's something that we have built for our, not just players who live in Solve, but it's something that we have now that we can build on top of from here on out, basically. And this is a system where you have power, workforce, and you have our regents, and we can just kind of keep layering on top of this with new ways to interact with them, and new ways to sort of use these resources and plan and build your space. And so this was the natural sort of like iteration of where we were. We had we've got this long map of how many times we've iterated on Sov since it came out in Equinox. And now we're just kind of pushing that forward with some new types of upgrades, and new ways of just interacting with that system to show a little bit more of its dynamism and solve some of the challenges and things that players have been feeling since they've been interacting with the system when it came out.
Yeah, one of my favorite things. Oh, sorry, Rattati.
And if you pull up the picture, the roadmap picture from FanFest, it kind of helps with like it's iterations, it's kind of longer lanes, but like a lot of this has been.
So these are your 4 pillars, right? And they're showing off like how things have introduced into those. Now we've talked about this before, like they're slightly changed the pillars or whatever over time. But yeah. Is this the one that they were talking about? I don't think this is the one that they were originally talking about, because they were talking about like the number of changes since Equinox, but like, yeah, I don't know if this is the right one.
Around flexible sovereignty,
I love
dynamic and flexible.
Good God, even they recognize how much they fucked up ESI. ESI Restored is the name of the feature for Legion. I'm just happy that they care about the
It started
ESI.
in faction warfare, really, to talk about like what's the difference between faction warfare and the other systems, increasing advantage, making borders more fluid, moving things around. And then we talked about terraforming or customizing space, giving more agency to players, like more flexibility into sovereignty. And this is, again, we had to have the framework in the beginning, and now we're filling it in, just like.
That's an interesting point. So basically, he talks about like, that's why I was like leaning in heavy about these effects beacons, because this is the terraforming. If you think about it, like they said that what they wanted to add to nullsec is terraforming. But the problem is, in order to have terraforming, you have to have terrain, right? And one of the biggest problems with Aegis Sov and the entire iHub upgrade system as it was with ADMs was that in the end, all Sov was kind of equal. Every system was kind of the same. There was TrueSec, but it mattered significantly more how updated how upgraded your ADMs were than what the TrueSec of that system was. So in order for there to be terraforming, there first had to be terrain. And so there has to be hills and valleys and forests and plains. And so there has to be good space and bad space. And so we see that with things like power and and um and personnel and all that stuff. And we saw a lot of anger because of that, because now you have to work around the terrain of the area. You can't just build whatever you want, wherever you want. There are hills and there are valleys, and there are reasons to use each of them in different ways. And some places are just shit for growing, and some places are very lush and worth a lot. And so now that that's been established, now they can add terraforming. You couldn't add terraforming in a world in which everything was already homogeneous. So now you can shift things. You can add, you can turn personnel into power, power into personnel. You can do status effects within your system. Like, this is a big deal. This is if you want to think about it, like, Equinox was the introduction of the new system. Revenant was the realization of the new system. And Legion is the payoff for the new system in a big way. And again, that might make it feel small, but in my opinion, it's the keystone to what the last year has all been about.
Contribution method for organizational goals.
When it comes to
just
null.
like more patterns and options in Paragon Hub. Like we like that's why it felt a bit slow in the first two expansions, because like there's a lot of foundation. But now we're really feeling that we're like gaining momentum and being able to just like, okay, we don't have to do that stuff anymore. We can do more content, more exciting, more experiences, etc. So that's why Sov upgrades is like, those are layups, really. Like, we just had to choose what we wanted to do, what type of things we wanted to give to players. And the resource exchange one was probably the most asked for, because that was basically what we talked about, is the flexibility. Like, now you have like, oh, this is a shitty system. Okay, now no longer it's a shitty system if I invest a little bit into it. Like, that was the core philosophy of making geography matter. Was like,
yeah, making geography matter. Therefore, terraforming matters, right? And let's be clear, ADM is not terraforming. The fact that you can just make any system good, like by just ratting in it or whatever, isn't the same thing as he's putting in work. Right? Taking in resources from other systems over here in order to transform it into what you want it to be. Like, that is good. Gold Rush seems like a potential headline feature, but they haven't really said much about it. Well, it's more like, so, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, but like, it really feels like scarcity ended, and then they were working on the regrowth stage where they put in the new levers in order for them to kind of dynamically regrow the universe. But like, it really does feel like, on the one hand, again, this expansion may not feel like a lot, but this is very much probably the starter line, right? Like, where we're going now is one of potential, one in which CCP is now interested in getting us interested in more things. In a very real way, and we'll talk about this with Surgical Strike and all that stuff, like, CCP had to rein in stuff quite a bit for a while. And it was like, you couldn't, and this is not even, this is pre-scarcity. You know, this goes back in 2017 or whatever, when I remember talking to some CCP guys about how, like, they would like to add new features in, but like, and they can't add any new ISK sinks or ISK faucets because there's already too much ISK faucets. Like, they were already running into those problems at that time. So, you know, putting in the work to kind of bring everything down to a more nominal level allows them to then put out really cool stuff. And so this is why, like I even said, my prediction for this expansion was that this is going to be the, you know, content stuff, which I still think is true. And I think that that's what the Gold Rush is really to be about. But they can't really sell us on that now, right? And again, in a year, it doesn't matter how lackluster we feel like this is now. In a year, it will not matter whether we think that this expansion was a big deal or not. It's going to matter what it set up. It's going to matter where we're at in a year.
A core principle.
Yeah, I've already seen some interesting discussions in Discord and stuff about people saying like, "Oh my god, like I'm planning and I can see these like 10 systems in our space that were previously like unusable, but we can do something with it now." And other people who just it's just depends on the tapestry of the systems that you live in and the regions you live in. But I can see some buzz and interesting seeing what people are already planning using those power and workforce upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's also, when we do these big monumental changes to fundamental systems, they also need time to kind of establish themselves in New Eden. And oftentimes we have a fairly good idea, or we think we have a fairly good idea on how a system will affect the universe. But as people start to use it, like, you know, they kind of gain a life on their own. So oftentimes when we're kind of, you know, we're monitoring Equinox, or we're monitoring, you know, a ship that we put out, our perception of the whole thing changes over time. And when we started the Equinox journey, like, you know, the system-wide effects was not necessarily something we were thinking about, but it makes perfect sense now in kind of how the meta has shaped over time.
The idea that the system effects was not part of it from the beginning, I think sounds insane to me. But like, his overall point is absolutely true, where like when it comes to iteration, one of the major considerations is the fact that some things have to grow into existence first, right? This is a living game where the releasing of the tools is only half of the battle. Things still have to like grow into existence. Metas have to emerge.
Yeah, there's a lot of quality of life changes coming in that, like, or players will say, "Oh, this thing is taking me too much time," and you know, maybe it wasn't like a game design restriction that we wanted to have in there, so we just ease some things up. But even if you don't have nullsec space that you control, there are some really exciting upgrades in there. One that I'm kind of giga looking forward to is one that for the exploration sites, you can plug in an upgrade, and unlike the old version, way back when, which used to just like slowly increase the amount that a thing might spawn, and you had to like pray to RNGesus to try and get an exploration site to pop.
So we've talked about this. They're going to mention it specifically, but I want to pause it while this image is showing. This is a big thing. This is a big piece of all of this, and we can see it in the Hobo leaks and stuff like that too. With like the triplot scan acquisition array blueprint and some of the strings that we might look at in a little bit. But like, this is one of the new exploration escalations. I don't know if you've noticed this, but this is a Triglavian shipyard manufacturing array. So these escalations, these exploration escalations, are trig related. They're going to mention that there's lore stuff in these sites, which is cool, but like, yeah, there's definitely something going on around here. In fact, we can say Abyss. I think we can just look up Abyss, and it can say sensors are detecting decaying abyssal energy signatures. According to the signatures database, these are indicative of ancient Triglavian technology. So there's at least a chunk of this new exploration stuff that's going to be directly related to Triglavians as opposed to empires, which, I mean, there is stuff about empires in it as well. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, runic relics have risen out of abyssal dead space and into this location. So part of these exploration stuff is going to be abyssal remnants.
Pop up in your space. No, this one has some new tech in it. So you install the exploration upgrade, and you can have them wander around some systems, like in an area, and they look so cool as well. And there's new loot in there. What went into kind of like the thinking behind exploration site upgrades?
I think the first part of it really is that this is a piece that has been missing since Equinox was gone. So we're really looking at kind of backfilling activities that players have been missing out in nullsec for a while. But then, yeah, like you mentioned, Swift, it's been also about starting to push exploration forward. I mean, we just saw what some of the sites look like. Like, they're beautiful. There's some like maybe hidden story in some of that if you find out.
So we're going to be doing some
really,
yeet exploration.
At the core of it, it's just making sure, like, again, the flexibility and customization piece, which is like if you have members in your corp in nullsec who like to explore, or they do that in their downtime, it's just there's another option for you, and another way for you to respond to the needs of the people in your corporation and give them something to do. So really, I think that's the heart of it.
So here's a good example of bringing together what I was saying earlier and this, right? So I'm going to go out and I'm going to do yeet exploration. And every once in a while, I'm going to find called detected. What is it? What is it called? Not exploration detector. There's a name for the site. Hold on. Yeah, detected. So the ones that come from this new module, this new doodad that are being added to nullsec, is going to be called detected. And so as a yeet, as a corporation, not just I, but more than just myself, are going to start yeeting out. It'd be really cool if we could actually indicate on the map, hey, I found a detected system, or I found a detected site here. So that way we as a corporation can start mapping out certain things. Maybe we could map out our own skyhook information. We can map out our own data and slowly build like an intel, a shared intel about a specific region of nullsec that we don't own, but we have gathered intel on and can share it through the map. That's what I want.
Absolutely. This is the same conversation we were having 2-3 years ago. Like, not everyone needs to rat to be useful in nullsec. So this is a great way. That's why we started doing more, like open up the LP taxes so that corporation members would be free to do more things than just rat. This is the same exact thing. This is a dream come true. And we're also solving, hopefully, some exploration item bottlenecks in capital manufacturing at the same time, which is a beautiful 2-for-1.
That's true, Jeff.
Yeah, and I think in this the hidden thing that's cool and will feel from here on out, like
what, Jeff, that's a fantastic point. Like, I don't understand. I don't know all of the ways it would be implemented, but imagine a universe in which you're not expected to have local open all the time, but you are expected to have your map open all the time, so you can see what's going on locally to you, right? Like, doesn't that feel like that would be a goal? To have like a real tool open to keep track of things instead of local? That'd be cool.
like we've been talking about with a lot of these features as we push things forward in EVE Online. We also look at how do we iterate and develop on top of our technology, right? Like EVE is a game that's been out for like 22 years, and certain things that may have existed in the past have had restrictions that like we want to change and we want to work with in different ways. So this is another piece of technology that we've been able to iterate on while we're implementing this that will unlock a lot of potential for us as designers in the future with how we want to manage and the distribution of sites and things. So this is just the first like place where you're going to see it, but this will be something that you're going to start to feel from here on out in the types of work we do. So just like freelance projects have also kind of iterated on some of the technology and have unlocked the ability for us to do new things. This is like kind of a hidden one where you might not sense that right away, but it's also a key component of what we've done here.
Might amount to the same thing. Map is big, so you want to use the intel list to as a text list while you do other things, but it would be a good step for sure. Yeah, like I said, like it's not perfect, but I'm just like ideologically, Like, wouldn't it feel better to just be like, make sure to have your map open so that way you can see when something's happening, as opposed to make sure to have local open, separate it from the rest of your chat clients, because that's such an alien. I mean, just when it comes just when it comes to like helping integrate players into the game, it is so much more logical to have a map that's giving you local information than, oh my God, you closed your chat client? How are you ever going to know what's going on? Like, it's just, yeah. So what if you could like put information beacons in your space, or even just a SOV upgrade or whatever, so that way when you have a map, you can actually watch the person jump from one system to another. So it's not just you see somebody show up on local, but you actually watch, like, as the group jumps from one system to the next system to the next, you can watch the gate fires on your map. I tend to just have opportunities open.
The exploration, no escalation stuff.
I do need to get. Malik is starting to sell me on this whole having opportunities open. I really wish it was agency, because again, like it was said earlier, I'm not happy with it being two different windows, but like it at least it's a good window.
We've wanted to add like a layer of surprise and delight.
Yeah, brave.
So like there's a chance of like more like epic.
But at least the overview is like a separate thing that is also introduced to the players, and you kind of have to accept the fact that it's your spreadsheet. But I find, like, especially when I'm talking to new players, like getting them to understand, no, local isn't a chat window, it's an intel tool. Split it out from the like, even when I say make sure to keep an eye on local, you know what most new players do? They think that means have that tab be the highlighted tab of your chat clients, not pull it out completely. That's a very alien concept for most MMO players, or even, you know, game players. The overview is there, and it, like, you understand that it's your, you know, like it tells you what's on grid with you. But the idea that you actually are supposed to go into your chat and pull one of the windows out because it's different from all of the other windows is actually a hurdle of understanding, I have found. It's a hurdle that many people can cross no problem, but it shows to me that, like, it's just another example of how wrong this system is.
Big or rare swarms of things. And we did start doing that, and then we ran into like, oh, okay, we actually don't have the tooling that we need to be able to do that, because like the escalation sites had just different rules than the other sites. So
this
now
is
we're also
very
trying to solve that.
informative. So this was very informative. The fact that, like, they actually had to reinvent the entire escalation system in order to make these new exploration escalations is one of those things that we talk about all the time with technical debt, right? Like, when you code things with certain assumptions. So when they made escalations in like 2008 or 2007 or whatever, like they assumed certain rules behind how escalations were going to work, and those rules constrained them from changing it. So they had to put in new tools in order to be able to make escalations work. This very much explains why they've talked about doing escalations for like 2 or 3 years, but then also haven't done it yet, which also explains why, or it could suggest why the next thing on the chart is Gold Rush, right? Because if they are now coming out with new, escalations for exploration, that kind of implies that they've gotten some work done. So we should be able to see payoff to that soon, not just with exploration, but with other things.
Well, so we can have like longer lasting escalation,
Hopefully.
etc.
Let's go back and listen to that one more time just to make sure we hear it.
And things. So this is just the first like place where you're going to see it, but this will be something that you're going to start to feel from here on out in the types of work we do. So just like freelance projects have also kind of iterated on some of the technology and have unlocked the ability for us to do new things. This is like kind of a hidden one where you might not sense that right away, but it's also a key component of what we've done here.
Related to the exploration, no escalation stuff. We've wanted to add like a layer of surprise and delight. So like there's a chance of like more like epic or rare swarms of things. And we did start doing that, and then we ran into like, oh, okay, we actually don't have the tooling that we need to be able to do that, because like the escalation sites had just different rules than the other sites. So now we're also trying to solve that as well, so we can have like longer lasting escalation, etc.
So
Yeah,
that confession right there, that confession is so small, but yet it confirms so much and explains so much, right? 2 years ago, CCP Ritati said that this will be the year of content, right? And he even talked about how we are going to add new stuff in the form of escalations to, instead of like changing sanctums, we're going to make escalations for sanctums. And they had done that a little bit, but as you've noticed with Equinox, a lot of those escalations have been pretty lackluster and like not really the big sell that they wanted it to be. And then of course, you know, when they came out with mercenary dens, I suggested like there's this idea where they you know, this is a new kind of site distribution mechanic where you can drop a thing and it spawns sites for you. And so like I've been kind of theorizing that they're working on this in the middle of things, but like CCP Ritati basically admitted to it, where they did try to add, like he did say that 2 years ago, and they did try to do it, and then they realized what was wrong with doing it, and they are suggesting that these escalations to exploration is a hint that that journey is now like they've gone on that journey. So that speaks, that opens up huge possibilities for where they're going, mostly because, as I said, it explains why it's taken so long to get to this point, right?
these exploration sites, the ones that come from the upgrade, do have a chance of escalating too into like some cool jackpotty type sites with some really cool new loot that I think it's going to be a bit of a gold rush for explorers that they probably haven't felt in some time. Just going in there, there's like a new implant set to go after for exploration, just new storyline loot that's going to be really popular for some Marauder pilots out there for sure. And yeah, it's just I'm excited to see. Of course, the alliances are going to try and do this, and they're going to try and like guard their systems and get as much of the loot out themselves. But people are going to sneak in there and take their stuff. And that's always my favorite part. New content in space. Then they're going to have to escape somehow, and maybe they're going to run into a camp.
So much better than mercenary dens so far. Don't fuck it up. Mercenary dens look good at first too.
Eve is just like this great web of whole different systems that are connected.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is that like this is what I was saying like a couple weeks ago. This needs to be a feature that's for everyone, not just the sov holders of sovereignty. I get that sovereignty doesn't like the fact that everybody comes in and fucks with them, but like the problem with mercenary dens and to a lesser extent skyhooks is that it's so hard for someone that's external to actually interact with it. With this, like we can learn that they have those sovereignty upgrades and then go and capitalize on it ourselves, which is nice. So to go a little bit into what they are talking about, let's look at hold on. New exploration upgrades? Is this actually gonna nope. Oh well. On Hobaleaks, we can see the new items. We have they mentioned before there is the sovereignty, or not sovereignty, but the scanner upgrade that does all three: scan strength, scan deviation, and scan time. It's the triplot scan acquisition array, which is Triglavian, so that's probably going to be the Triglavian version of those escalations. And they have the BPC for it. But then we also have the wedge. Oh, that's what we can look up. Wedge. There we go. Exclusive. So exploration sites spawn from the SOV upgrades all have a small chance to escalate to a brand new data and relic escalation with potential for high rewards. Exclusive rewards from the data escalation includes blueprint copies for the powerful new Zerassier storyline modules for micro jump drives, reactive armor hardeners, ancillary shield boosters, and armor repairers, and the new hacking focused wedge implant sets, and the triplot scan acquisition array. So that's interesting because they say that there's going to be data and relic escalations, but then they only define what's going to be in the data escalation. I wonder if there's anything special about the relic escalation, or if there's like a misspeaking here or something like that. One thing that I am kind of sad about is this idea of like the Zerassier. Ooh. The Zerassier set of modules where we see there's a reactive armor hardener, micro jump drive, medium micro jump drive, capital micro jump drive, all the ancillary shield boosters and ancillary armor reppers, right? Now, this name Zerassier seems to be Fozzie implied that this was kind of a nod, and it's a big nod to the Inferno Chronicle, where it is revealed that Zerassier is a member of he was a member of Duval Laboratories. Yeah, he was with Creodron, and then now he's with Duval, right? And as part of this, he's the guy that gets tricked into, or like forced into taking the drug, the Inferno drug, to become like it basically gave him superpowers of invention, but also made him into a vegetable, right? And it says where is it? Well, to be honest with you, there is a catch since the compound is folded. Its inner workings is not known to us. Despite a very small dose, the substance manages to distribute itself evenly throughout the brain in less than 2 minutes. Then it goes into hyperconnection mode, creating connections between synapses across the brain. Blah, blah, blah. You've turned them catatonic. Catatonic? That's great. Where do I sign? Why would I ever want to become a drooling vegetable in some Duval lab basement? I think you're forgetting one big factor. Those 3 people we've done this with already, each and every one of them have come up with something amazing. Remember Kanemotoro? He solved the Kessler integral problem in less than 20 minutes. It's already being used in sub-frequency EM shielding for capsular-controlled chips. And Khan is not you, Aki. Just think about what you could discover. Where is it? Yeah, it's called Inferno by the Team, the IN6. And yes, you do have a wife and a son. Is she happy? Is she proud of you? Okay, so it's a son. The reason why I ask this is because there is this other agent who still works for Creodron. And it does talk about how she is the daughter of their chief researcher in the Going Galente chapter of the Bloodstained Stars. So this character is the other Zerassier that I was able to find. She does work for Creodron, and where was it that it says that she's the wife, or she's the daughter? Where was that? Her name is Delphine Zerazer, an agent for Creodron and the daughter of their chief researcher. We've tapped our other leads. Yeah, weird. It doesn't say that anymore. Anywho, also, I can definitely see why some people are complaining about Uni's new format. Does this get better if I extend it out? Nope. All right, well, either way, I don't know if there's a necessarily connection between those two. I'm frustrated because, like, it makes sense that the Zerassier micro jump drive would be named that. I'm not sure why the capital ancillary armor repper and shield repper are also named Zerassier. But, oh, am I able to expand it? Hold on. Where? Oh, yeah. Here it is. Remember the strange shade? Her name is Delphine Zarasser, an agent for Creodron and the daughter of their chief researcher. We've tapped out our other lead, so I don't know if they're related. If nothing else, the new explo escalation may curb some cherry picking in friendly space. Cherry picking isn't that bad. That's all psychological. I need to look up the ancillary armor repairer and shield repairer to see whether or not those are also tied to the Inferno drug and this guy. No, I don't know. All right, let's keep going. That'll be another day for that. That's a hunt for another day. So she ran Kavik in
and also speaking of more cool upgrades and things that we've kind of pushed and that are new in this is our system effect upgrades. And one of those things that is going to both impact this, I think, and a lot of other things is increased D-scan range, which is a huge new thing. And we're really curious to see what kind of role that plays out and how we can now use this as a design spice in the future as well.
Oh, I loved the reaction at FanFest when we announced that. It was like a, what? What? No, yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, for as long as I can remember, the D-scan's always been the same, just over 14 AUs, like max int in kilometers, like, and now able to like look for, like, scan further. It's gonna blow my mind whenever I jump into a system with an electric stability generator in there. And you know, since we've talked about this at FanFest, we've actually gotten feedback from players over Discord, through the CSM, through Reddit, the forums, about some of these effects. And because there are so many kind of moving pieces, we actually, you know, tweaked them a little bit before Legion. If you're following us on Discord, you've probably seen them, but you know, some of the shield HP effects and like the raw HP have been split now between shield HP and shield booster effectiveness, and just kind of made it a little bit more applicable for all types of combat. Yeah, Okami, kind of what goes into discussions like this? How do you come to making changes and deciding like, oh, this might be too strong, oh, this might be too weak?
Yeah, I think for one, the timing of this was really good, right? Like we announced and kind of put out the details of this at FanFest in a far enough, you know, sort of range that let people think about it. And like we always talk about, CSM is a huge component of this for one. So this does go through CSM, but by the time it, you know, goes out there, they have an opportunity to chat with their corp mates and listen to other players. And you know, I love Discord. I'm in there all the time chatting with folks, and so you start to hear, you know, feedback around these things. And I think it's awesome that we have such a good, strong connection with our community, that we have the opportunity to not only like we're not just like getting excited about things, but we're having the chance to iterate on them even before they come out in an expansion. And yeah, we're going to keep that up. So like, again, did we tune it correctly? Nobody's going to know until we start using these things. But we're going to just keep having this conversation and like iterating on it till things get right. And I think it's just been awesome in this expansion that we've even had the chance to do that before some things come out.
Yeah, and the part of the reason why, you know, it's always tricky to do this is because with Legion, there's a lot of stuff coming out that can affect the meta in some way, like really shake up the meta. One of the big things is surgical strike resistances, which got, you know, partially rolled back before, getting all the way rolled back now. So now every, you know, resistance mod is going to be a little bit stronger. Maybe it opens up some new doctrines that you can fly. Maybe your Abyss running, maybe you hop up to the next level. What do you guys expect to see? Not predict, but what do you guys expect to see with like a shakeup of this magnitude?
Chaos. No, I you know, a little bit, but honestly, I think it's going to be first of all a relearning of the meta, which is always interesting. I think that, you know, the feeling.
So great point. Who was it? Brave Steel. Yep. So the Inferno expansion is when they added in... Uh-oh, where'd it go? Nope, hold on. What? Wait. What? Hold on. Okay. I guess I'm just crazy. Never mind. Ignore me. I could have sworn I just read that this patch was
Feeling
where...
of combat
Never mind.
that
Well,
you're used to
hold on.
as it's been for the last 5 years or so is going to change, and that's going to have a huge rippling effect on everybody, really. But largely, this is going to increase survivability across the range. So I think that impacts like a lot of people, like you said, people doing Abyss, even people doing like mining content or newer players. I think like this will have a huge impact on those things. So yeah, I think I don't fully know what to expect, but I'm really interested in seeing what the outcome is. And again, this is another one that we've worked a lot with the CSM on, and I'm really eager to see just how it shakes out and what we'll do next.
The primary thing that we want is undocks. We've been talking about undocks for like every expansion. Get people into space, incentivize people to get into space. Survivability is a way to get to overcome risk aversion. Risk aversion is a key driver in Eve. Everything you undock is a target. So more survivability is one. And we also want more expensive ships out in space. We want capitals in space. We want, now that we have the levers to make sure that like proliferation doesn't happen just overnight, we're more than happy to say like, okay, we're taking off a bit of the controls. Let's see what happens, but also give you like an extra boost of like, okay, your ships are a bit more expensive, but they're also a bit more survivable. Coupling that with the reduction of costs that happened in March. So battleships are already 100 million cheaper, which is huge. They're back to the right place of 220, 240, 250 even T1s. So that just worked like a charm. And the capital cost is going to get reduced even further now with these relic items, or like these items that come from exploration kind of being more available. So I think they're going to be more cheaper and more survivable, and that's just this is like should be the extra boost. I think there's even a third boost that I haven't seen people talk about.
Well,
Bringing faxes.
Hold on. I want to talk about the rep thing separately, but so this goes back into something that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, where I keep on liking this to wearing steel-toed boots while hiking, right? As I've said before, like I had a buddy of mine who, when we went hiking in Boy Scouts, he would always wear steel-toed boots. And we'd kind of like tease him like, oh, hiking's already hard enough. Like, that's just going to make it worse. And he talks about how he always wore steel-toed boots because at the end of the day, they felt so good to take off, right? So the key here is that they had a very particular... You just watched a lot of Dragon Ball Z. I mean, maybe. They had a very specific problem in 2019, which is that capital proliferation had become dangerously high, right? The act of owning and using a Titan had gone from something that was this legendary thing that people dream of for years to being a thing that alliances like Goonswarm stockpiled and bragged about how fast they could just continually generate Titans with the Delve time units, right? Hold on. Can I look that up? Delve time unit. This is where we were at in... Wait. 4 years ago. So 2021, right? This is where we were at in 2020, 2021. So this is like right before scarcity. This is what we're talking about, okay? So we're even talking about how fast that they're building Nyxes, how fast that they can build Titans. They can build a Titan worth of ISK every 30 minutes. And so the issue became that from during the reign of the Rorqual, the biggest consequence was suddenly there were all of these huge, powerful ships that were originally designed around being scarce, right? Even the fact that you couldn't dock your Titans before Keep Stars made it so that they were naturally scarce. You could not have backup Titans because every Titan had to have a person sitting in it. And that person sitting in it had to have the skills to fly it. And the skills to fly it took like 1 to 2 years just to train the stuff it takes to build a Titan, to be in a Titan. So you couldn't have this stockpile of Titans. You had to basically have a stockpile of Titan pilots, not necessarily just Titans. And the Reign of the Rorqual and the introduction of the Keep Star fundamentally changed that. So now, as CCP, you've got a problem. You have a problem where you're trying to balance the top end of the game with the bottom end of the game, and the top end of the game is just too top heavy. As I even said at the time, if the Titan can kill a Hick, then nothing threatens the Titan, right? Part of the problem was that Titans were able to project downward with hog guns and be able to kill, like even if you tackled one with a Hick, they could literally just blap you with their Doomsday or with their hog guns and then leave. And that sucked. So the thing is that, like, there were too many Titans, capitals, and super capitals in the game for balance to make sense, right? But CCP couldn't just blow up a bunch of Titans. They couldn't just delete a third of all of the Titans in the game. Even back in 2018, I think it was, or even earlier, they were talking about introducing Titan cores to make it so that in order to make a new Titan, you have to kill an old Titan. But by this point, that ship had sailed. There were too many Titans in the game. So the only way for them to be able to deal with this during scarcity was to make it so that, sure, the Titans can exist, but their impact into the universe needed to be curtailed. It was okay to have Titans. We just need to make it so that they weren't as useful anymore, so that way they didn't impact things. And also, we needed to make them, you could still build Titans. And I'm speaking we in perspective of CCP at this point, but, it's okay for people to be able to, like, we can't take away the ability to build to make Titans, but we can make it so that it's so cost ineffective that people are going to just go through stockpiles rather than build new ones, right? And that's exactly what they did. They cut the defensive abilities of the capitals and super capitals significantly. They cut like their hit points and a bunch of other stuff, as well as their offensive abilities. Kind of feel the same way about frigs tackling cruisers and battleships too. To a less extent, because like the thing is that the Hick is the specific thing that holds Titans on the field. So if you can't keep a Hick on the field, then nothing else matters. If you have enough other ships, then all you need is one ship to scram. So the fact that the frigate can scram and that's good is good, but at least if the battleship can hit that frigate, there are still other options. If the Titan can kill the Hick, then the Titan just kills the Hick and moonwalks out. I do like Titan Core idea, but Titan Core should drop early from officer spawns. Yeah, I've talked about that many times before. But the point here is that a lot of the changes that happened during scarcity was about basically removing capitals and super capitals from the table without removing them from the game, right? How do we make it so that Titans are not so oppressive without just getting rid of them? I know. We're going to shackle them up for a little while. We're going to make them too risky to use. We're going to make them too expensive to build. And we're going to make them not effective enough in combat, right? So now you can have them, but they're just not a good idea, right? And that's the world that we lived in for a long, long time. and some of it has been reverted or whatever. But that's why I was saying, like, this is very much, it feels like this is, and I said that, I think it was Uprising I referred to originally as like the starting pistol, or maybe it was the Dread Chain. Yeah, it was Siege Green, right? I said Siege Green was the starting pistol because that's when they opened up the building of dreads again. And this is kind of a continuation of that, right? This is the Ready, Set, Go. Okay. And they even talk about it in that clip, right? Where they're talking about how, well, they had a problem because it was too oppressive. So they shackled them down. And now they've built in all of the extra doodads, all of the extra considerations that are required. And now they can kind of open the gates back up and let them play again. And so that's what this is. Surgical strike, fax reps, Titan, plate changes. There's a whole bunch of like, all right, guys, it's time to remove the shackles from these ships that we have. The game wasn't ready for Titans in the state that they were. So they shackled them up, made the game more appropriate to those Titans, and now they're going to unshackle them, at least a little bit, and see if the universe responds appropriately.
Back, like, or bit, like, being
and going back to
back.
that other thing I said, like a year ago, in a year it won't matter that the feature was blah 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 blah. Like, yeah, scarcity was painful. This whole process was painful, but if this is the end of that journey, then like those Titan pilots are going to be happy again. They knew the entire time, they knew how to make Titans good again, at least on a certain level, because they had explicitly hamstrung them. So rolling back changes is basically opening the doors back up. But it isn't just, and here's the thing that a lot of people don't track, it's not an admission of a failure, right? This isn't like, oh, we shouldn't have done Surgical Strike. Surgical Strike did its job. That job is over. It's time. The hike is done. It's time to take off the boots and feel how good it feels to be at the end of the day with your boots off and like, whew, let's roast some marshmallows. And by roasting marshmallows, I mean kill every Titan.
Into the mix. Were heavily nerfed at the time of the cap booster changes. And let's just see how that goes. Extra boost. I think there's even a third boost that I haven't seen people talk about. Bringing faxes back, being logistics back into the mix.
Titans
were
are back on the
heavily
menu,
nerfed
boys.
at the time of the cap booster changes.
That's an interesting admission right there too, where he's talking about, because we've been focusing on like the cap, like the rep changes are good and all that stuff. I'd completely forgotten about the fact that they had nerfed faxes as part of this whole thing by making it so they couldn't have multiple cap boosters, right? Because the capacitor is the lifeblood of a fax. So they made it so that faxes can only have one capital cap booster. So they were severely limited in what they could actually like sustain. That was at the same time as the diminishing returns changes and stuff like that. And so, you see a couple examples, even the comment about battleships, right? Battleships went up to 300 million. Then CCP buffed battleships with the idea that like, oh, well, we're just going to buff them to be powerful enough to justify the new cost. But then they brought the cost back down. These are changes that were right for the time, and then time changes. And then they're able to, given those other changes, then these things are appropriate to introduce back again, right? So they can make faxes more powerful again because the things that were a problem may not be as much of a problem anymore. And they talk more about that too.
Yeah, let's just see how that goes. That's probably the strongest lever that we have. It's very easy to go overboard or underboard with it. So I'm hoping this all turns out to be one beautiful big battle. Bring all the new doctrines in, etc.
Also, if we go to the Legion changes, there's a chart here. So anytime they're talking about the rep changes, now there are some rep, like there's a lot of buffs to the ships and stuff like that, but then when they're talking about the diminishing returns, and I've said that this is mostly involving capital ships, this is what I'm talking about. So according to this chart, this diminishing returns don't even really start kicking in until you're at 17 fax reps. Okay, so if your Logi team is less than, call it 7 faxes, then the diminishing returns changes is completely meaningless to you. No change. This is a capital, super capital consideration.
Yeah, one of the things that really struck me was just how many people are using dreads. Like, it felt like for at least a couple months, every weekend in LowSec, there was just some massive dread brawl. And sometimes, like, nullsec space would get involved. Sometimes they wouldn't. And CCP Burger, you were talking about just like how much raw damage was applied by dreads at FanFest. It was such a huge, I don't remember what it was. I just remember being like, that can't be a real number. That's so big.
Brilliance. Yeah, and the funniest thing was like, yes, threats.
Hold on. I have to interrupt this real quick because it made me think, like, I'm thinking about, sorry, my mind wandered. I have ADHD. But, one of the things they talk about here is how, like, there's going to be new T2 ships, and they kind of hint at the idea of like T2 carriers, but this goes back to this idea of like Legion and whether or not it's big enough to be considered an expansion or whatever. The thing is that I would challenge somebody to find an expansion where people, the player base at the time, didn't complain about how it wasn't an expansion. And the strongest point to that is that I saw on Reddit, one of the people was commenting, it was like, I think that Pochven was the last real expansion of EVE Online. Pochven wasn't an expansion, right? Like, people have never, like, this idea that, that's not an expansion, it's just a patch. That's as old as EVE expansions.
Have destroyed a lot, but there's also been a lot of threats destroyed in the
since Apocrypha
period, and I think we called it like the destruction trade deficit, or the DTD, was actually quite healthy in EVE, and I got a lot of angry stares from people from certain nations after that comment. But hey. But no, it's awesome. Like, and threats, like we want, threats is the first step. If you go frame by frame in the keynote, you can see a couple of other names pop up on certain slides, and had some very in-depth conversations about some mention of TAC2 something from the keynote in the pub crawl afterwards. So yeah, go back to the keynote and goes frame by
Everything
frame.
that has a T1 must have a T2. I think that's just
everything that has a T1 should have a T2.
Yeah, it feels obvious to me.
Yeah, it feels very obvious to me.
No, I think people were expressing a little bit of like a sadness about carriers.
Yeah.
They're obviously the next step. Like, just be like very clear about that. Like, they're the next step.
We got you, homies.
Do it one
We're
at a
thinking
time.
about carriers. Yeah.
What I like about Dreadnoughts is they have like
T2
basically one KD, which is kind of like me. Like, I die as often as I kill.
I just want a T2 Drek.
Killed in an FPS.
It feels really good to just be in a dread, hit the siege button, and then you're just like, well, someone's gonna die. Don't know who it's gonna be, but I'm not leaving this battlefield at all. But you were talking about this, like putting some of the beefier ships out in space again. Super caps are getting a little bit more survivable. You can check it out at the patch notes exactly how they are. Caps are getting a little bit survivable. Diminishing returns for faxes. Like, this is some weird, of course, EVE arcane concept with a huge mathematical curve type thing. But basically the root is faxes. When you have a bunch of fax reps, they're going to rep a little bit harder. So you might be able to save some things. And that risk aversion mindset that you were talking about, CZ Baratati, like, people will be able to say, oh, I might survive this. Everything can't get super.
They talk about risk aversion, but when it comes to capitals, like, it was induced risk aversion, right? They intentionally made people more risk averse to take out their capitals. So that way they can now make it so that people are less risk adverse.
For tanky stuff has to do more damage too. So what's happening to the Titan Doomsday?
It's getting more Doom. Yeah.
Adding in more Doom to the Doomsday. Yeah, allowing it to deal some more damage. It was feeling a little bit
cool idea,
underwhelming. People say, "Oh, these Titans. What am I going to do with it? I don't want to risk like a huge thing out there." So being able to place it on the battlefield, make it not completely wipe the floor with everything, but in a meta where people are using Navy dreads a little bit more, want to be able to fire your big Giga beam and make something explode because of it.
Yeah, I actually got this one a lot at FanFest. Lots of folks were like, please, my Titan. I can't keep up. And I don't remember if we'd quite announced this then. So I had a lot of like, we got you, homies. Just be patient. And so I think this is one of the responses to that, just making sure that like, these are like some of our most epic ships, if not our most epic ships, and they need to have a good, strong roll. So I think increasing Doomsday damage is a healthy thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we had a final review this week of the expansion just to make sure everything was there, everything was in place, and they were demonstrating the new Doomsday on an avatar, and they had a
Bouillon, Jeff?
and Nyx in space with no fit, just like it was a clay pigeon, not a capsuleer. No one died. It's okay. It was just a one of those dummy ships, and yeah, and the Avatar managed to one-shot it and
Wrecked it.
It wrecked it. It more Doom. Yeah,
All the more reason to not eject from your Nyx and just leave it in space. CSV Burger might just fly around and Doomsday you out of nowhere.
I just leave my Nyxes around. Don't you guys do that?
But speaking of epic stuff,
you didn't get Bouillon? The domain of Bouillon is the Triglavian Ohm that we've never really seen.
We've got new ships coming in Legion as well. I mean, people are super excited about it. It's on, when you look at Legion, the first thing you see is the Sarathiel and the Babaroga, and just, tell me about what goes into designing a ship like the Sarathiel, and what you like about it, besides it being vertical, which is my favorite part.
So,
go ahead,
Sarathiel is just from a visual point of view. I mean, it's a ship. It's one of those ships that we actually showed at EVE Down Under in
just from a visual point of view, it's a ship.
2017 or 2018 or so, something like that. I mean, it's been a dream for a very long time to kind of really build out the Angel roster, and so the Sarathiel was one of those ships, and there's a lot of passion and there's a lot of love that goes into it, and of course verticality and awesome horns. But Okami, you can talk about the details of the ship.
Yeah, I think from a design standpoint, like both ships are pretty hyped. They're both like very late game, expensive ships. I'm seeing a ton of hype, more than I thought actually for the Babaroga. Like we definitely have some Triglavian fans out there for sure.
CCP totally failed.
So lots of.
It's amazing how often CCP admits to the fact that they completely underestimate the popularity of Triglavians.
Lots of excitement for this. And I think when it comes to a design standpoint, like how do we design these things? How do we approach them? Really, like the Babaroga is it's just more of a thing that people love already, which is
Cannot
kind of
wait.
The role it's fulfilling. I think, just to put it simply. So it has a clear role. It has a clear function. I think like when you look at it and what it does,
they can absolutely play their game, their own game. Like, honestly, knowing how much hype there is about it isn't about playing the game. That's a much broader thing. How many people play this game and then completely underestimate how much people like any given thing because it's not their particular lane of understanding. But yeah, sorry,
it's pretty straightforward. And then with the Sarathiel, it's kind of like how do we pepper in maybe shifting and changing a mechanic in the game and breaking some expectations. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how people strategically.
It's almost impossible to not live in an echo chamber, just because like there's so many different aspects of the game and they're very mutually exclusive to each other. Like you almost need to not be playing the game and just be monitoring the data to actually track something like that. But if they're not doing anything for people to actually engage with that proves their interest, then yeah, they could just oversee it, right? Something like the race for the hives is a really good eye opener for everybody.
Use the Sarathiel one, and its abilities to.
I would argue that playing the game actually might make it worse, because living in the trenches versus seeing it from above,
jump while sieged and things like that. So and move as well. And I bet there's going to be some really unexpected outcomes in place. So yeah, like I said, from a design standpoint, really like both ships have a clear sort of design pattern based on the factions that they belong to, and then one is giving you more of a known thing that you love, and the other is trying to break some design and gameplay patterns to empower some new creativity on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
I read a thing that was like on Reddit that's trying to break down and claim that the Barbaraga is not going to be that great, but like they're very dismissive of the idea that like blaster tracking with pulse ranges is crazy, especially with a Marauder. The idea that I'm going to have blaster tracking at 100 kilometers is very exciting to me. Although I guess without the fall off, it might be a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, even if it's at like 80 kilometers, being able to picket things, people have always complained about how, oh, well, the trigger low damage, so something like, why would the Ikitursa be good at the Abyss? It has the low damage, you don't ramp up on anything. Never underestimate the application power of trig ships, especially trig ships with application bonuses like the Barbaraga is going to have. So speaking of which, Barbaraga is very good. We're going to be producing them, and today we're going to be experimenting on a cool way to get the salvage that we're going to need.
Yeah, if you want to go for it.
Deployment is like, it's just a strong thing in military history, being able to do like something unexpected, especially if you're like factoring in Titans and Doomsdays again. Like if Titans like pop a dread in a shot, like, okay, what's their ability to fight back? How do they punch it up? Do they have some way to move around?
Edencom ships are a good ship. Of the Edencom ships, there's one good ship.
Around, do something, avoid the Doomsday, etc. I think that's one, but it's also like there's even a higher pillar of just like fleshing out the factions, always being like mindful of things that are missing in the game, kind of like these.
You mean like a Triglavian command ship? The Triglavian command ship's missing. We could totally have a Triglavian command ship. It's basically already designed. We know what bonuses it'll have. We know what kind of boosts it'll do. Why not just make a Triglavian command ship? Tech 2 Drek win?
Orphans or Easter eggs. The Sancha implants that were finally done in 21 or 22. Like, just like sometimes we just left things by the roadside, and we owe it to ourselves to kind of pick those things up. Like the Angel Titan was the first one of like, hey, we talked about this, let's just do it. Like Sancha implants, let's just do it. The missing pirate faction, Deathless, let's just do it. Like, so this is great from that perspective.
I still stand by the fact that they should come out with, if they do come out with drifter ships, drifters should get the Recon and the Black Ops. Just saying.
And I think I love having that, because we inherited a lot of this from 1999, 2003. Like, okay, this is kind of the framework. We should probably fill it in, like Tech 1, Tech 2. Obviously, we add our new layers on top of that, but like there is stuff that just gonna make sense to do because of like how Eve is. Then second of all, I think the Trig Marauder is going to be great at killing Ansiplexes. Like anything with a high damage cap, like a sieged Trig Marauder is going to do a lot of damage, I think.
They're going to be pretty good for Metanoxes too, I'm pretty sure.
So I love giving people tools to do what they were
Yes.
complaining about. I saw someone complaining on Reddit yesterday about like the damage cap of, or like the HP of Antiplexes. So I was like, okay, this is a perfect.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't buying that one. I don't think that a Triglavian Marauder is the answer to Ensilibexes having too many hit points, because Ensilibexes need a real hit and run option in order to be able to kill them. And like maneuvering an entire Marauder in there seems like a lot, but who knows? I'm not a nullsecker.
Perfect combination here.
Yeah, it is.
Like, if you're going to bring... Hold on. Here's my question. If you're going to bring a Babaraga to kill an Ensilabex, wouldn't you rather bring a Dread? Right? Am I wrong about that? Like, that is an honest-to-God question for the audience, because I'm not a big nullsecker, so that's my big question for you. Is there a universe in which you're going to... Like, if you have all of your options at your disposal, and you're like, Babaraga, you're the best choice for this hit on the on our enemies and Ensilibix, as opposed to a Dread. We're given the idea of like you're still having to siege, etc.
It is nice to when we talked about force projection, which is always going to be a hot button thing. We know there's not going to be a silver bullet to fix it, but as you said, CSB Retarded, just giving players the tool to kind of like manage things a little bit, which is what we did just before Legion. Just allow them to camp them a little bit more, disrupt them. And one thing that you talked about that just kind of popped into my brain is talking about the Deathless ships, that missing faction, the Tholos and the Cenotaph. Their weapon system, the Breacher Pod, like it doesn't really care about resistances at all. So even though now that things are getting a little bit tankier, maybe these ships are going to shine a little bit brighter. And if you have got this like huge tank monster, these guys can just go in and just apply their Breacher Pods, their dot, and just wreak absolute havoc. It's going to be neat to see all the new things pop up with just like some, I don't want to call them small changes, but like changes that you don't really think are going to affect all types of meta. And
Thank you for reminding me, CCB Swift, how pissed off I am that the Cenotaph and the Tholos, the Deathless ships, are a gift to nullsec as opposed to a gift to people that actually support the Deathless, because the way to get them is through the infomorphs, which is from the mercenary dens, which are pretty locked down to the people that actually live in nullsec. I've tried to use them otherwise, but like, okay, great, Deathless is cool. Like, give us the ability as pro-Deathless people to actually get Deathless ships. This is ridiculous.
just combat.
That's a great reminder, because back in Surgical Strike, we were trying to we were evaluating what can we do with resistances. Like they're very high, like even in traditional games, like we're talking 90, like in the 90% resistances, which is kind of becomes like a very mathematical thing to figure out. And it's like, it's not just like 10% or 15%. You start having diminishing turns and all kinds of things. We were at that time thinking like, okay,
I mean, maybe we should talk, Samurai. We should probably talk.
okay, what if we introduce like ammo that bypasses shields, or like a new type of thing or whatever? And we're like, okay, that's just too big. We just
I mean, if CCP put skyhooks in Empire Space and NPC property, then let players put merc dens on them, that would solve your issue with them. I guess just add them in the LP store. Like, what? Every other pirate faction has their pirate ships in their LP store, and then other methods to get them. Why can't we get Deathless ships by doing stuff for the Deathless people? That's my question. Why are we coming out with dreads? Why am I continually being told that like capitals and super capitals are the reason why you want to go work for the Angels? I want to work for the Angels and the Garistas so that way I can like get stuff from the Deathless, not because I want a fucking dread.
It's just nerf resistances. It was the easier, simpler way to get the job done. So exactly like you're saying, we've already introduced the counter that we wanted. Now we can give the resistances back. So it's almost like there's a plan.
I gotta go check the market for a Cenotaph after this real quick.
Yeah, I was so annoyed when we were talking about the Babaroga at FanFest, because as soon as you guys were talking about it, all the Leshak VPCs vanished from contracts because people are going to need that to do the invention job for them. And I didn't get to grab one before that happened. So I had to sit home and grind in the abyss with my sacrilege just because I hate flying a Gila for it. So the sacrilege isn't even that great at it, but I did it anyways. And I just spent the time until I got my own Leshak VPC so I can be ready for patch day and hop in there because I am so psyched about this ship. It looks so cool as well. Like it looks like just a chunkier Leshak. I don't know how the art team does it. We kind of glanced over a few things in terms of like other changes that are coming in Legion, but like visual updates to some iconic cruisers. Like,
Can I just say, CCP Swift got some really fucking good topic transitions. Like his ability to like. Several of these transitions between topics has been smooth as silk. Good job, CCP Swift.
the thorax, they just make the thorax look more thoraxy. Like, how do they do it?
I think I actually heard Berger go over to the art team just at the beginning and say, "Can you just add more chonk? Just more chonk," and that was it. Magic.
Add more Thor into the thorax.
Yeah. Make it more thick, please.
Yeah, no, I mean it's like these are iconic ships. We don't want to change them. We wanna kind of embrace their character and just make them more menacing, more kind of there, and give them more weight.
There are quite a few. Hold on, there are still quite a few Leshak BPCs. They've doubled or more in value, so they're there. But like, hold on. You can't really tell with Leshak BPCs, but hold on. Let's see if we can figure out. We go to the Leshak itself. We should be able to see. Yep. Like, look at that price spike from 700 million to over 800, almost 800 million. Sorry, from 600 to almost 800. We have also 0 point mass entanglers. Nope, that's not the right one. 0 point field manipulators. Right? Like, oh, hell. Let's just go Icky, Tursa. We can go look at the stuff here, and we can go radiation absorption thrusters. So you could definitely see that there are people excited about this stuff. Like, everything involving, that is involved in the Babaraga has gone crazy valuable recently. Still haven't seen the Mauler really. I mean, I feel like of the ones, the one I've noticed the least amount of change in is the Omen.
And, yeah,
the Mauler
so,
looks like thicker, like wider.
Yeah, we're actually doing redesigns to what, 5 base hulls and all their variants, so it's 13 ships altogether.
Yeah, see, there you go. Oh shit, hold on. Wasn't showing you it. So there's the Mauler. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. All right.
And I don't know, I mean, the artists, they seem
Amy.
to have more hours in their day. They managed to knock out awesome stuff in incredible amount of time. So I'm very pumped to see these ships. Like every time you do
Oh, absolutely. But is 30 to 60 million going to cause a vet to grind against their will? I did an entire week on the Abyss, and we've had a lot of people jumping into the Abyss, both for, I mean, like, it's not just the Leshak BPC, right? You want to talk about the Abyss right now. Check this out. 0 point condensate is also up from, earlier this year, it was as low as 50,000 ISK per unit, and now it is crossing it's almost 90,000 ISK per unit again. And Isogen 10 has gone from basically 50,000 ISK per unit to 115,000 ISK per unit. So it like there actually has been unironically a big interest in the Abyss in the last couple of weeks, because everything in the Abyss basically just doubled. Not everything in the Abyss, but a lot of the things that you pull out of the Abyss just doubled or tripled in value, depending on what it is. Let's actually look at filaments. We look at calms. Probably not going to see as big of a change with calms. No, because it's like an infinite number of calms. What am I talking about? Let's look at cataclysmic. It looks like every kind of high-level Abyss has seen a pretty significant rise. Oh, except for Gamma. Nobody likes Gamma. At that tier, which is weird. Chaotic. So tier 5, once again, we see it. I mean, it was already kind of going up, I suppose. Electrical comes and goes. Firestorm is definitely up. And Gamma is about even. Gamma is already popular. It doubled the lower end of loot drops from the Abyss. Well, yeah, but also like the upper end of the loot drops have been falling off for years now. So I would say that it doubled the majority of the loot drops from the Abyss, because a lot of the loot from the Abyss is in 0-point condensate nitrogen 10. I mean, besides the red loot, which is obviously not going to change in value. My point is that he said it was a way to promote the gameplay. Yeah. Yeah. Am I missing the point? I'm just saying, like, I see that 30 to 60 million ISK is going to cause a vet to grind against their will, depending on your definition of vet and depending on your definition of against their will, right? Like, most of these people that are doing this aren't begrudgingly deciding to do the Abyss when they didn't want to before. But, you know, if you had a passing interest in the Abyss and you've kind of set it aside for a while, like a lot of us have, it's a good reason to dust off your Abyss ship and reprioritize it. Okay. In that case, Havoc, I agree with you.
Redesigns, like, these ships get more love, they get more attention from the community, and somehow, like, ships that people think are kind of dead in water become, you know, the new thing again, even without a balance change. So look forward to seeing more of those ships blowing up and yeah. And
his point right now is actually kind of reinforcing what you're saying, which is like just making a remodel. God damn it! Hold on. Just doing a remodel advertises the ship. There will be a spike in popularity of the Thorax, not because it's better, but because it looks better.
Like, every time you do redesigns, like, these ships get more love, they get more attention from the community, and somehow, like, ships that people think are kind of dead in water become, you know, the new thing again, even without a balance change. So look forward to seeing more of those ships blowing up and yeah, blowing up other things. That
was a really funny thing, Stone Gunner, in the art panel.
Yeah, blowing stuff up is the best part about EVE Online. Sometimes you don't like getting blown up. I have a strong core memory of losing my first Thorax that people still probably make fun of me for, because at the time I threw heat sinks on there because it sounded like a cooler damage mod than the magnetic field stabilizer, which I was like, I don't even know what that is. But a heatsink, I know what that is. And so when they went to loot my wreck to save my ship, they laughed at me, and they don't let me live it down.
I'm sure.
I mean, low-key, I've always wanted to like the Thorax, but it's always been kind of a little bit less than what I wanted. So I'm very excited about it.
We all have embarrassing losses. Maybe one day we'll do a stream about all our embarrassing losses.
Yeah, we actually should do that. I'll get my friend who lost a gyrostab Erebus, just because that's way worse than what I did to the Thorax. But, you know, these things happen. Harder now because they look a little bit different. But yeah, there's going to be a ton of really cool stuff in the Legion expansion. But what's kind of beyond the Legion expansion? We were talking about this before. The expansion is not just a moment. What are kind of like some of the things that you're looking at to tackle in the summer after this?
Yeah. So I mean, we look at each expansion more like an era in many ways, where we've both been kind of doing meta changes. There was a big evolved change in February, March in Eve, and then we had the big major patch, major Revenant update, and we're going to continue to do that in Legion as well. So of course we're gonna, initially we're just gonna see how the expansion lands and react to any things that need to be reacted to. We also have a follow-up already planned on the books. Date, TBD, but keep your eyes, keep your eyes open. And but then, of course, with in the kind of after summer or late summer, after the summer, we're looking at a kind of a major update where we look at meta, where the meta is at.
So if you look at like quadrants again, we could just see like, okay, so Revenant was 2024 quadrant 4. Revenant major update is 2025 quadrant 1. Legion is 2025 quadrant 2. Legion major update is 2025 quadrant 3. So they haven't actually changed like anything too dramatically. They've just figured out ways of rebranding and reconceptualizing their development pattern.
We look at kind of how Legion landed and how things have kind of evolved over the period. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into any details. Maybe Okami has more nitty-gritties he wants to go into, but
yeah, I mean, I think with the major update, as I mentioned at FanFest, really it's a good chance for the dust to settle. So I'm sure that we're going to break something or something is going to come out and be like super strong or maybe not strong enough. So it's a great spot for us to just kind of address those things and then also look at shifting the meta again. So, since March, we're seeing how the meta shifted with mining, for example, and how great it's been having everybody kind of come out and play that game again, play the market and play like relearning the solving complexity puzzles. So that will be a piece of it. So there's a little bit of, I don't know, but we'll find out together on that journey. But we'll also have a couple things coming out for sure in the summer, which, one of them important to me is the contribution method for delivery for freelance projects. Like that's a big one. So no date yet, but, between Legion and the major update, we'll have that coming out as well. I don't know, Rattati, do you have anything else you want to jam on that's coming out then?
So we committed to the ESI endpoint rollout for everything. So like that's because we're paying some tech debt that we just are committing to making that like the core engine of the ESI. We're updating the engine of the API itself, like the data pipelines. There's a lot of like new off-the-shelf software like for the nerds GraphQL and stuff that kind of is just like meant to do this. We're modernizing a lot of the API as well.
Does that mean they're moving from Swagger?
Add way more endpoints. So it's a little bit of a journey to get a parity with the features that we have, core projects, etc. We're hoping that everything gets done by the major update. It should be like the finale of those things. But then from then on, like it's no longer tech debt. It's just like regular business to have better ESI endpoints for features that are important.
How fucking optimistic. Well, then it won't be tech debt. No, it'll just be different tech debt. But, whatever. This year's new feature is like 3 years from now is tech debt. But whatever. That's fine. I appreciate it. Is it still going to be Swagger, or are they completely moving off of Swagger? That's what I want to know.
Alliance projects obviously need an endpoint eventually, etc. And even input endpoints, as you've said. On the major update, I like keeping it more reactive. We're just saying we are carving out time to tune the economy, to tune the meta, to react to stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean that we know exactly, because we don't know. We have no idea what's going to happen in the first month or two
You're all going to do some wild stuff.
There's
and we
going to be
anticipate it.
something,
Yeah.
and there's going to be some complaints about faxes or doomsdays or something. So like, it's really just it's being careful to not overcommit for the expansion, making sure that we have.
We'll tune up doomsdays even more. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll just make them bigger. But off the top of my head, I just cannot remember the feature list, and I think it's fine to keep it a little bit of a secret.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always listen to you guys in the community as well. No matter where you are, we eavesdrop on your conversations, and sometimes you throw big flags at us. So, force projection, that's always going to be something we're talking about and thinking about. Ganking versus griefing and just how that interaction works in the game. That's something we're always thinking about as well. War decks were something that were pretty common. Some weird interactions and loopholes like faction warfare, AWOXing, always ship balance stuff. As Okabe, Ratati, and Berger were saying, you guys are going to break something with a...
Quick, say all the buzzwords so that way people think that we're working on their particular pet issue. War deck loopholes, faction warfare, AWOXing,
with a ship. So we just got to make sure things
Logic
are
on
Please
kill
break
mails.
something, actually.
Yeah. And just
Do
more
it.
tools for you guys to tell cool stories. And, we know there's a lot of movement going on in the map. And so we're very eagerly watching to see what happens and seeing how you're interacting with some of the new stuff that you're going to have, the new toys, if they get used, how they get used. It's going to be a really fun moment. One of my favorite patches was the Revenant Major update. It felt like so much stuff changed in there and shook things up. So, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because Legion's not even out yet. But yeah, it's just really cool to see how this paradigm works.
Yep, we're very happy with how it's panning out.
Right on. So
Good.
No more delay. We talked a lot about stuff. I like to yabber on about things. I get excited about the EVE expansions, and it's always fun to talk with you about Legion. Where can players learn more about what's coming in the expansion?
Ooh.
Maybe.
Yeah, patch notes. Aren't they live like now, or were they live?
And they are live now, and that's basically the end of what they're talking about. So we are going to go through the patch notes really quick, make sure that there's nothing more that we want to look at and address in it. There are a couple of other details to pull out, but I am going to go to the bathroom first. So I'm going to put on a video for you guys, and I'll be right back.
Okay, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna sit 10K off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Outstanding. Okay, stand by.
So hey guys, here's the deal. They got their Prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an Oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump. Just the triage carriers at first. Everyone clear?
Let me see. Oh crap. I think... Will we be able to take on Guardians?
Yeah, they got 4 Guardians. I don't think we should do this.
we can do this. Don't worry about that.
Now we're gonna fucking play some fun games.
My heart's racing.
And relax. All wings align. Primary is the Dominics in 5, 4, 3, 2. Decloak, decloak, decloak. Torpedoes on the Dominics.
Orbit on me, micro warp drives on. We're moving.
Secondaries, Vipers, and the Omen.
He's in structure. Take him down.
Dude, that revelation out now.
All newts on the rev.
Run out towards that gun. Jump now. All damps on the damnation. All damps on the damnation. Senators, stay here and tackle prophecies. This is where we fight.
All right. So I'm carrying 100 times more than my ship is worth. There were some pirates chasing me. This one guy chasing me through like 5 different systems. I need to get the fuck out of this system.
This little rock right here is worth about 166 million ISK. For some people, this might not be a big deal, but for me,
It's huge.
Seller 4.2, pretty nice. Gonna produce 4 of them, 2 days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, 44 seconds. We can expect to make 8 to 10 million around there.
51 out of 56 grid. Okay, good. And we've got 5 modules to fit in here. The ship speed is actually pretty good. It can hit 4K a second. We're gonna hurt that now by adding on some armor buffer.
Up, success.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
Yay, salvage is so much fun.
Oh yeah, such fun. It's almost done now. Like less than a week.
Oh look. Okay,
Whoa.
got it.
Oh. Wow. That is Rick's and Gigs right there.
Archivian silos down, Archivian silos down.
Go, 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 silos down.
Portal, portal, primary.
Gate is green, gate is green. Sniper skills to long range ULAS BSC. Timer got idle, land queen, come on.
Oh shit, how do I warp to something?
E-War drone. All E-War drones on Scott.
Where are you decloaking?
Pax, that would be the secondary. Oh my god, that's a titan!
Let's go! Get those fucking bombs out! Red group fire! Gold group stand by! Come on, boys! Come on, come on, come on! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, fucking sweet!
I used to have a t-shirt. I'm so sad that I lost it. I don't know where it ended up, but I had a t-shirt that said, "How do I warp to something?" on it. So good. So good. Such a good trailer. All right. So, let's go ahead and go through the patch notes real quick. We've got, we went through the freelancer jobs when they talked about that. Corporation palette. That makes sense. Base sequencing times in Skinner are temporarily set to 10 minutes. It is still affected by skills. Times will go back to their original times on June 16th. Isn't that's way short, right? Wait, so they're giving people... I don't understand why that's connected to anything. Why did they throw that out there? Okay, so there's going to be a short window where you can print out skins for really cheap, or for really, really quickly. Hold on. Omega benefits window. So there's going to be a new window for subscribing for Omega. Introducing Omega benefits window. Fresh look at help capsuleers. We see the strings for this too. Well, it's in the same section as the corporation palette, but no, because the corporation palette doesn't have anything to do with skinning. So yeah, I don't know why. It seems very odd. Seems odd. A detailed breakdown of Omega benefits, a streamlined offer section where you can view and purchase Omega, your clone state status, so you always know where you stand. Omega in Neocom. This is going to be, when people are complaining about stuff, this is going to be the thing that people are complaining about. Mark my word, this is going to be on Reddit. A direct access to the benefit windows within the Neocom. This will be visible to Alpha clones and Omega clones that are nearing expiry. So I'll never see that on my main characters. Fully subscribed Omega capsulers can still access the benefits window through the Neocom menu, but it won't be there by default. Air. I don't think so. Nope, I don't see anything about it in here. That is going to be something to keep an eye on, because they have talked about it and it's on the presentation thing, but they haven't actually like said it out loud in a way that I can pin down. New Eden map. The New Eden map has received a usability update focused on making its features easier to access and interact with. Filters are now quicker to reach. Map tools are more visible, and quick action button has been added to streamline common tasks. While more changes are planned for this future, this iteration aims to improve day-to-day interactions with the map, reduce friction, and update the underlying UX foundations to better support future improvements. No. Maybe? I'm going to say no. Chances are it's just not something... Yeah. It's... All it is... well, no, it's because each time you get it... Yeah, it's probably doubling this final reward, the 4th milestone, to 300,000. Free for Omega players. That's right. They said career program. Well, this is Air Daily. Yeah. Ooh. But they said for Omegas. I don't think. So you're saying that you think it's going to be for. Air career program. You're saying that it's going to be for these. That seems like a really weird thing to do for Omega. I don't know. That's true. Now I want more details. All right. Players can now add filters to their favorites and quickly access them and switch between them. The filter bars can be customized by right-clicking it and select Manage Filter Categories, allowing players to choose which filter groups are shown. 2 new quick action buttons have been added to the bottom of the map. Players can use them to instantly refocus the camera on either the current location or their home station. That's nice. Although, wait, is that really actually new? I can already focus my current location. I can't focus my home station. Hard for me to tell because it's the same place right now. Yes, it doubles those skill points. Are we sure? A view mode toggle. A new panel in the bottom left corner gives player more control over how the map is displayed. Grouping map by system, constellation, or region. Highlighting connection lines between systems at different levels. Choosing which jump bridge links are visible on the map. The selected location is now shown in the top center of the map. From there, players can focus on a higher level location or quickly set destination or add waypoint using new quick action buttons. Oh, it's in Hobelix? Okay. The pointer window now allows players to browse available filters and share them in chat with other capsulators. Whatever. So, you're saying if I go here, air... Omega doubles your skill point rewards for the Air Career Program. Graduates of each career path and complete the track for up to 1.5 million skill points. Powerful progress faster. So there you go. It's right there, Malin. Done. Upgrades. So Sovereignty Equinox expanded. Upgrades that allow you to install Sovereignty hubs are no longer limited by the maximum potential power of the solar system. This means that you could, for example, have all 7 mineral type upgrades installed now and swap between them through reprioritizing or onlining them rather than needing to destroy them to install new ones. Exploration Detector 1, 2, and 3. These are 3 tiers of exploration upgrades that have a combination of data and relic sites that will be available from the Angel Cartel, Blood Raiders, Grossus Pirates, Conscious Nation, Serpentis, and Rogue Drones. These exploration upgrades have a guaranteed chance to spawn several exploration sites with between 0 and 5 jumps from the solar system. Exploration sites spawned from the Salve upgrades now have a small chance. All have a small chance to escalate to brand new data and relic escalations with potentials for high rewards, including the Zoracier storyline micro jump drives, reactive armor hardeners, ancillary shield boosters, armor repairs, new hacking focused wedge implant set, and tripod plot scan acquisition array. The higher tier upgrades have an increased number of sites and faster respawn times. Resource generations upgrades. We can now 2 new Salve upgrades let you generate colony resources by utilizing other colony resources. We've talked many times. We've talked about this. Workforce power for workforce. System effect generators. They talked about that. We saw those stats. The biggest one there for the big effects of things is they're adding an increase to directional scanner range, which opens up the window for a lot of stuff with directional scanner changes, which I'm very excited about in the long run. But again, like this one feature, it'll be interesting to see which of these effects people choose to use, especially given the fact that they do have a power requirement and a workforce requirement and a gas type. So, keeping these running is going to have to be worth it to people. So Well, I'm actually most interested to see where these get applied. I'm actually most interested in the exploration sites, but curious about these effects. Skyhook cost of conquest. Upon destroying a Sov hub and conquering a nullsec system, now you have the choice to pay ISK to convert any remaining skyhooks within the newly acquired system for the first hour after claiming Sov. Also, Equinox all of the blueprints that were part of the old system are now being converted to new relevant BP blueprints. So, for instance, if you have a territorial claim unit, you will now have an equally useless orbital skyhook unit because nobody's going to be building skyhooks because people are going to just take over with this. And not nobody, but it's a joke. But yeah, they're basically all of the old blueprints required for sovereignty have been converted over to their equivalent or something equivalent in the new system. New Triglavian ship, the Babaraga. We've looked at the stats before. I'm very excited about the tracking speed bonus because honestly, a Marauder doesn't need more damage. A Marauder needs better application. So this is going to be sick. I hope that's a precursor for Vanguard inclusion. I think that a lot, I mean, like, that's very possible. Is there a way to see what upgrades is in a solar system? I want to camp a hacker in those systems. So you're supposed to be able to, but CCP Fozzie even pointed out that there is a bug that says that you can't actually see the upgrades on the thing unless you have rights to know those things through like your corp interface. So right now you can't. However, since all of the different things are called detected, if you find a detected site, then you know that you're within 5 jumps of a system that's broadcasting this stuff out. So it's not perfect, but it's still like, we're going to be able to do something with that information. I also think that this bonus to newts could be pretty juicy. So Baba Yaga is going to take high energy physics and Triglavian quantum engineering. We touched on this a little bit at the beginning of the stream. You know, Triglavian quantum engineering is the definitive like Triglavian data core, and then high energy physics is the Marauder data core. All of the other Marauders take a starship engineering and a high energy physics. Triglavian quantum engineering is the only thing that like stands in for that. So there you go. Also, the materials is visible here, but more importantly, visible here, where you can see that the Babaraga takes everything's a multiple. Oh, it does it. Yeah, everything is a multiple of 6, or sorry, 3. So it takes 33 RAM Starship Tech, 333 construction blocks, 666 radiation absorption thrusters, 666 singularity radiation converters, 666, not 66, 666 lattice locked deca isogen, 999 morphite, 999 radar sensor clusters, 6,666 zero-point field manipulators, trinary state processors, and then 6,666 repelling shield emitters and 66,666 multi-prismatic armor plates. These two things, repelling shield emitters and metaprismatic armor plates. Here, you ready for the conspiracy theory of this entire expansion? You ready for the conspiracy theory of the day? So each of, yeah, oh yeah, no, these are going to be so expensive at first, which by the way, you know, let us know, we're going to be building them. But, so these two are the ones that these were the big unknowns. I knew that it was going to take all of this stuff. I knew it was going to take, the radar clusters, the radar sensor clusters. The only one I didn't really know was the shield emitter and the armor plate. You know what's really weird about this shield emitter and armor plate? These are not old, you know, normally they did like 2 different races, or like, sorry, the race that was the one that did it, right? So if we go to like, we go back to Iki Tursa, we pull up its blueprint and we see what it takes. We can see it takes sustained shield emitters, which is primarily in Caldari ships, and titanium diorite, which is predominantly in Caldari ships. So this Caldari Ikki Terza takes Caldari armor plates and Caldari shield emitters. So the question is, what is the pure Triglavian ship going to take? Is it going to be a new hybrid of the two? You know, like Upwell recently came out with their own thing, and they came out with their own hybrid type, which took like the materials from two other kinds of, or like of the different races, and kind of mixed them together in a new format in order to get a new type of armor plate and shield emitter. So are we going to do something similar to that with the Trig? Yes and no. Turns out these things already exist. If we go into the repelling shield emitter, we can see, oh look, this already exists. What is it used in? Upwell ships. Wait a minute. So they just reused Upwell ships, which takes a little bit of everything. The ones for Upwell ships, and they reused it for the Babaraga. So let your tinfoil flow. Why are the Triglavian ships using Upwell equipment, or like Upwell components? Why does the Velas Clade using Upwell components? I'll let us stew over that for the next fucking year. Anywho, so that's it. That's what it's going to take. The trigs are made by Upwell. No. And of course, it's going to be advanced starship ship construction, advanced large ship construction, mechanical engineering, Triglavian, quantum engineering, and Industry 5. Why is Upwell using trig components? Technically, they came first. Yep. Very excited about this ship for various reasons. But we'll just have to see how it plays out. The Sarathiel. We've already talked about this. Like, I don't know if I have anything new to contribute to this one. Its build costs are very much what we would have expected for a Capital Dread. Pirate Dread. And they can be bought at the Malachim Zealot LP store. Wait, yeah, only Malachim Zealot, which can be from Zarzak or the Angel Fob. Or the, Angel Pirate Insurgency Fob. Upwell was the advanced scouts and made the way to Pochven. Well, remember, Upwell also produced Edencom ships. So Upwell technology is Edencom technology is Upwell technology. So, Tap's forehead. Also, Upwell is Mortis Legion. So, or Mortis Legion is part of Upwell. So, the anti-Deathless forces are also from Upwell. So, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to mean anything. This could very well be just like an easy way. Oh, we just made a new material that takes the material from all of the different empires and uses it together. So we're just going to use that. But they also could have just made a new one that uses the same names, or even like folded in some Deca Isogen or whatever. They didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and say they're there, but we'll see. Reduce the LP and cost of the Cayman and Vehement BPCs by 50%. So they did go for 50% to 12.5 million and 12.5 billion. Cayman number of fighter tubes increased from 1 to 2. Light fighters supported from 1 to 2. Shield hit points increased. Armor hit points decreased. Fighter capacity increased. So it's going to, like, all of the pirate dreadnoughts got a little bit of a rebalance to make sure that they're better than the Navy. Shamash, new roll bonus added. Capital Energy Nosferatu fitted to the ship ignores target signature resolution, which is really strong. So, like, obviously Blood Raiders have always had the ability to kind of cheat with Nosses. Nosses got balanced by their ability, like, they have a signature resolution thing that makes it so it Nosses less off of subcapitals. The Shamash is not going to give a shit, so they're going to nuke your entire capacitor, and you're going to like it. Increase the capital energy damage, armor hit points, and structure hit points decreased. So they moved hit points from structure to armor. Vehement, just damage bonus. Remote repairs adds a 10% bonus when heating all remote armor, shield, and muted plasmid repairs. This is in addition to the cycle time bonus. We talked about that when we covered it during FanFest stuff. This is just to make overheating reps be closer to overheating weapons. And then this bonus is improved to 15% on T3 cruisers with the offensive support processor subsystem from the heat bonus with level 5 skills. I think this isn't so much of a change, it's just an explanation of how the T3 cruisers subsystem would interact with this change. I think. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I think it is. Yeah, I suppose. Never mind. Okay, so it's probably like 1% per level. Aneros, they get the mass penalty bonus, so that way they can move around faster with plates on, which is hot. Base velocity increased by 15 meters per second. Agility improved by I don't know, 20%. Signature radius reduced by 5. Scimitar, 15% reduction in shield extender. So like all of the logistics cruisers got kind of a bonus in what they are good at, right? So the Aneros gets the plate penalty. The Scimitar reduces the signature, or at least they gain survivability. So the Scimitar gains a bonus against the signature radius penalty of shields. The Basilisk gets bonus from shield extenders. And a speed increase and a signature radius reduction. Shouldn't armor players plates? So big clunky ships are an Amar thing. Nimble armor ships are a Galente thing. So Galente ships commonly and increasingly more commonly, Galente ships get bonuses that reduce the penalty of armor plates, where Amar would probably get a bonus to the effectiveness of the armor plates. Does that make sense? In fact, hey, look, it's right here. 7.5% bonus to armor hit points gained from armor plates per level of logistics. So the Amar would gain extra hit points from an armor plate, where a Galente would reduce the penalty from those same armor plates. Zarmazd, additional hit points gained from armor plates per level of logistics. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, you're right. This plus the additional, resistance changes from Surgical Strike means that my Zarmaz is going to be amazing. The Atana gets 7.5% shield hit points per level of shield extenders. And the Rabidzu gets 7.5% armor hit points gained per armor plate. Those are AT ships. Don't worry about it. Carrying on. I thought Gal was more about armor repair. Galente is more skirmishy. Amar is more fleet. So actually, Amar usually brings more reps, like pound for pound. In addition to getting more powerful overheating on remote reps, we're also adding some extra fitting space to support processors. So 75 power grid to Legion, 60 power grid to Tengu, 75 power grid to Proteus, 60 power grid to Loki. Savior implants will now bonus not only the actual rep speed, but also the capacitor cost. So that way you don't become you don't lose cap stability by using saviors anymore. Remote repair diminishing returns. As I said, this is mostly for faxes. Right, yeah. Hold on. I don't know how to spell an arrow, so I'm going to spell executor. So, yeah. Bonus to activation cost, fall off, transfer amount on Logi drones, and remote repair and fall off on bonus. So yeah, they don't actually have a remote repair power bonus. It's all projection. Yeah, it has been a very common thing for them to put on Navy ships. Nope. Yeah, I think it has been mostly a Navy thing so far. No, it's not just the E and I. Hold on. Because they've now done it to a couple of ships because they're like, oh yeah, it was so good on that one, then we should put it on more. Now that I've said that. Oh yeah, it's also on the Catalyst Navy issue, right? Yeah, it's on the Catalyst Navy issue. Okay. Thorax gains 40 power grid and 10 meters per second for maximum velocity. Hope that's going to be good. Hope that's going to be enough. We'll see. Rupture gains medium projectile damage bonus increase from 5 to 10%, so a lot higher, basically doubling its damage bonus. The rate of fire bonus replaced with a 7.5% bonus to medium projectile tracking speed. So, got it. So they're moving the damage from rate of fire to just damage, and then also giving it better tracking. And then also improving its bandwidth, drone bandwidth from 30 to 40. Executor Navy issue is getting nerfed again. See, they cannot stop nerfing the Executor Navy issue. So dumb. Heaven forbid the Galente have one good ship. Myrmidon Navy issue, cargo has been increased. And the bonus to the strength of web drones now also gain a 10% bonus to web drone hit points per level of Galente battlecruiser. Because, like, the thing that was the thing that was holding back the Myrmidon Navy issue and their web drones was that the web drones were too easy to kill, right? We'll see. Whatever. I'm not going to be angry right now. Harbinger Navy issue does get a really good bonus. 10% reduction to the capacitor cost of medium energy turrets per level of MR battlecruiser. That's going to be good. Yeah, stop trying to make web drones into a thing. They're not a thing. You know what they really need? Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not crazy here for a second. Because I've tried this whole web drone thing. I've tried it quite a bit. I wanted to be a believer. But the problem is that, you know what the web drones need? The web drones don't need a 10% hit point bonus. They need a 10% speed bonus. I need web drones that can actually catch up with the enemy. That's what I need. Insane. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to using Harbinger Navy issues after this. This looks really good. Web drones need a web bubble. That would be weird. I don't know about all that. Mining barges. Updated the reprocessed materials on mining barges so they now match the ship blueprints. Whatever. A bit all utility E-War drones need to tune up. Yeah, well, yeah, E-War drones are one of those things that they're very concerned about it, like, quickly getting out of control if they're too good. That's why I think that, like, at the very least, they need to make them good on the Myrmidon Navy issue. Like, if you're going to have a bonus beyond about web drones, like, it needs to be able to do something. And if your web drones, like, anytime that you need a web drone, it's actually difficult to get those web drones to actually catch the thing that you need the web drone to work on. If you're using a battlecruiser, because you're like, what does a battlecruiser need webs for, right? Well, the answer is faster stuff. All right, quality of life improvement. It's now possible to see how damaged a laser crystal is in your inventory in the tooltip by hovering your mouse cursor over it. Huge. Surgical strike rollback, 11% increase to all energized membranes, armor coatings, armor hardeners, shield hardeners, and shield amplifiers. Titans and supercarriers, Titan Doomsday has been increased. And they also added the new skill point that further increases it. More Doom, as they put it. Increase the Titan armor plate and shield extender roll bonus to 500 from 300. Increase the supercarrier armor plate and shield extender roll bonus from 400 from 200. Increases the number of salvos fighters has, so this makes it so that fighters can be out for longer before they have to come and rearm. Reduces the damage applied by space superiority fighters by attacking non-drones and non-fighters to 95% from 80%. These are all things that we talked about during the Q&A video. Titan Doomsday weapons have not kept up with the metagame. Yeah, we already looked at all that. 5 new cruisers appearance. Amar Mauler and the T2 variants, Sacrilege and Devoter. Amar Omen and the faction and T2 variants, Omen Navy issue and Zealot. Galente Thorax, Pirate Faction Special Edition T2 variants, Vigilant, Cinnable, Cybel. I had completely forgotten about this one. Oh, this is one of the newer ones, isn't it? Yeah, this is from YC120. So wait, hold on. Yeah, this was 2023. This was the first. This was the return of the Alliance tournament. Okay. Is the address set Vangal affected? Galente Celestis and T2 Arazu and Lachesis, Mimitar Scythe and T2 Scimitar. Wait. They still missed the Scythe fleet issue, right? Like at least they've done a better job of knowing all of the ships that use the same model system, but they still missed one, didn't they? Am I wrong? Hold on. There's a Scythe fleet, right? I'm not crazy, am I? I overflew the big change. Well, that is a huge change, the control blue, but we've also talked about it so much, and I don't feel like I need to say much beside that hasn't already been said about it. It's going to completely change. Like it's going to be big for Abyss. It does only affect the resistance modules, not actual natural resistances. It is a huge change, but I don't know what else to say that hasn't already been said. Can't think of a better way to go through the patch notes in here, so we'll have to replay and catch up. Excellent, thank you. Scythe fleet issue is just a Scythe with Republic fleet livery. Yes, I understand that, but they still got it right for all of the other ones. I just double checked. The Scythe fleet issue is a thing that exists. I'm not wrong. Updated audio for ship effects. Improved audio for the following modules. Armor repair and remote repair. Hull repair now gets a new effect. Shield booster and remote shield booster. Armor hardener and shield hardener. Module sounds now play, loop, and stop correctly based on usage. Fixed issues with SFX attenuation and camera zoom. Remote module systems improvement and accommodate better audio integration. And increased variation of repeating sounds. Can I just say, like, to the audio team, all of this is great. If this includes the warp bug being removed, where the warp sound is constantly happening after a certain period of time, then great. If this doesn't include that, then all of this is completely trash in relationship. Like, right now, that is the most frustrating thing in EVE at the moment, like for me. Especially for somebody who's trying to argue with people that they should have the sound on. Like, unironically, the never-ending warp sound is the biggest thorn in my side. They're sounding okay. We are excited to see what you're going to come up with. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let's go ahead and blitz through Hobo Leaks to see if there's anything else here that we haven't talked about. Lowest type ID. I thought that was kind of cute. But we can see here that there's the different weather effects. We already looked at all those details. We've got the Baba Raga. We looked at those details. So the text from this is great. A reimagining of the collective's Leshak-class battleship, the Baba Raga leverages Triglavian hull and ship design principles and combines them with conventional Marauder versatility and endurance. The Baba Raga is capable of mounting super tidal entropic disintegrators and, for Triglavian ships, Bastion modules. Like its predecessor, it can deploy drones and long-range remote repair modules. And then it says, under advancing time pressure for enduring sub-roll vessel distribution and now time ancient enemy as Daja struggle, Baba Raga Subclade and Perun Clade relinquishes adaptation of now time Kybernaut scheme for 1728 tactical Troika classification vessel modification into the Clade flow of Triglav. Partial translation recovered from Baba Raga design schematics. So just to translate this a little bit, they're saying like, okay, well, given our future pressure of our need to fight the drifters, the Babaraga subclade of the Perun clade has now given us an adaptation of the current Kybernaut, so player version for the Leshak. So what I love about this is that what this means is that for the last 2 to 3 years, the Triglavian Collective have been watching us running, because what is the #1 ship that gets run in Pochven sites, right? The Dread site and the World Arc site. Marauders. So the reason why the Triglavians have been like watching us run Marauders in Pochven for like the last 2 years, and their response is, we need to get us one of them. That's basically what happened, right? They're like, oh yeah, we need to work on that adaptation from the Kybernaut scheme. So the players have showcased the power of the Marauders to the Triglavians, and the Marauders are like, yeah, the Triglavians are like, that's a great idea. Let's do that. Give the Kybernauts bigger, better guns to kill drifters with. They earned it. Yeah. Not that the Babaraga's a great ship to fight the drifters with, to be fair. There's a new black monolith. No, but that's not really new. But like, this is a lot of this extra stuff is just for the discovered version of the sites. So we can see that there's the wedge set, and you know, I was kind of hating on the wedge set at first because it's just virus coherence. But I think that honestly, if you have enough wedges, like if you have a full set of wedges and the black glass, like that's going to be a monster, isn't it? Because the black glass is, hold on, what? Yeah, black glass is slot 9. So you can have a full set of wedges for your coherence, and then black glass for strength, and then just never have to worry about hacking again, basically. The triplot scan acquisition array just gives bonuses to all 3 features of scanning, so strength, deviation, and time. So finally an array that's actually useful. Does it have skill point requirements? Yeah, it requires level 3 for all 3 of the skills that are involved. Please wear wedges, nothing could go wrong. Well, you know, if they get them themselves. Wedges you hack yourself for free. Wedge Antilles. All right. More stuff for the sites. More stuff for sites. A whole lot of new colors are coming. A lot of new colors are coming. A lot of new colors are coming, and the new patterns. Look at these new patterns. Some of these are cool. I think some of these have a lot of potential. I like this one right here. I like this one. The spines, that's cool. These swirly bits, that's cool. More hexes, because why not, I guess. Yeah, and then here's the Zerassier version of all the different stuff. I don't know actually what makes them so much better. We'd have to look it up. We'll have to look at it when it's closer to release, so that way I can actually compare the two instead of going number by number. Looks like Malik, I wouldn't read too much into that. I wouldn't read, neither of you, I wouldn't read too much into that. That's like the difference between a BPO and a BPC. I suspect that they always put in an unlimited version for things, because the thing is that the person that's doing this may not even be the person that's like the final decision maker of what does become released and doesn't become released. So I would just assume that they always put out an unlimited version for everything. And then we may or may not get some of them. So I wouldn't read too much into that at all. Here are all the BPOs for all, like, none of these BPOs are going to make it. These are all just to make PPCs. But, and then here's all the other extra hacking stuff. More Skinner components. I think that's it, right? There was some strings, but I think we already talked about some of those strings. Was there anything else juicy that I've missed in here, Malik? Well, there are some T2 BPOs. Wouldn't it be amazing if, like, to celebrate all this, CCP, like, gave out a few... I don't qualify for this, but I think it would be really cool if CCP actually gave T2 BPOs of the Babaraga to some of the top pro trig people. Like, if you have 9.5 trig standing or higher right now, you get your own Babaraga BPC or BPO. That'd be kind of cool. It'd be broke as shit. But, like, I actually like the idea that, like, new T2 that comes out, them actually introduce a few T2 BPOs, just like before. But, meh. I'm not married to that idea, mind you. I think that's it. I think that's it. All right, cool. Great. We are done. So before we jump into the next topic, which, Jesus, we've already been going for 4 hours, but I want to do this real quick. I meant to do this real quick, and on Monday, so Monday is going to be actually the beginning of Season 4 for EVE Galaxy Conquest. So I think what I'm going to do is on Monday, we're going to do a stream where I go back to EVE Galaxy Conquest and see what I think. Because I haven't really been keeping too up to the speed with EVE Galaxy Conquest, but I figure, you know, Monday, it's the day before the expansion. EVE Galaxy Conquest is coming out with Season 4. It'd be worth, like, poking our head back in to see what's going on. But, so that means today we need to get done our project, which is, so the big problem that I have with the Babaraga is the salvage. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, he's already gone. So the big issue that we have is the trig salvage. Trig salvage, as we looked at, is gone up in price. And more importantly, here's the problem. You know, a lot of the people that want Babaragas are going to be pro-trig people. But in order to get trig salvage, you have to kill trig. So there's this problem of like, well, how are we going to get trig salvage without killing trig? So we've been doing dual standings fleets. We did them even like this week, I think. Whatever. I think it was this week. Yeah. We did a dual standings fleet on stream just to show it off. So that way we can raise our the center point of our standings. So that way you could run both trig and Edencom sites if you have to get the parts. But then yesterday, I think it was, a hopefully genius, maybe crazy plan came to mind. Now, a couple weeks ago, we did the tourism fleet idea, and people really liked that idea. So here's my next crazy idea, and we're going to try it live to see how it works. So here's the thing. So a person with positive trig standings wants to get trig salvage. One of the best places for trig salvage is actually the trig wormholes, right? Systems that are connected to to the Pochven spawn rats on the wormhole and around in the system. And so there are people that grind on those wormholes for hours and make just an absolute boat ton of money, right? So, like, when we went and did the dual standing fleets, when we did pop out, there was sometimes some wrecks there, and we salvaged them. And that's what got me to thinking, okay? The problem is that when you're in Pochven, all of the wormholes to Pochven are inbound, which means they don't open in Pochven until someone has warped to them. So this is what we're going to do, okay? What we're going to do is I'm going to use a magnate, hence the skin from earlier. And we're going to do a giveaway for this skin, just for funsies. So I'm going to get a magnate, and we're going to jump into Pochven. And then we're going to roam around Pochven and scan all of the wormholes. And when we see a wormhole, we're going to go check out that wormhole. And if that wormhole... I mean, I want to do it with you too, Clue, but, like, for now, let's just... I mean, you could do it too, whatever. if we see a wormhole, we're going to warp to it. And if there's Edencom on that wormhole, then that means that that wormhole connects to known space, Empire space, right? So every time we see one of those, we can just pop through to the other side. They only open when someone warps to it. So the chances that somebody is farming it is pretty high. So we're just going to roam around Pochven, pop our head through any Edencom hole, see if there's anything to salvage, and salvage it really quick. Out from underneath people. We're going to make plenty of friends today. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. So yes. I plunder Pochven and a bunch of other people's work, and you plunder my skin collection, ! Plunder, for your chance to win. And you know what? Here's the thing. Those people that grind on those wormholes, they've been getting a free lunch for too long. This is why I don't feel bad about it. Now, why am I using a magnate? Good question. So of the exploration ships, the magnate has the most low slots, which means it has the most cargo space. It's also the one I like the most. But why the magnate? Why a T1 exploration frigate and not any of the others? Well, guess what? T1 exploration frigates get 5% reduction in salvager time. Actually, 25% reduction in salvager duration. So they salvage faster. So I've got a ship that's cheap. It's throwaway. And it's good for salvaging. This feels perfect. This feels so perfect that I can't wait to do this with you guys and see how much it fails. So let's go ahead and start designing our magnate. So to begin with, we open up our fitting tool. And we go and we simulate a magnate. So what is the very first thing we want to do? Well, we want to put down 2 salvager 2s and a probe launcher. And I'd really like to not use a sister probe launcher because this is going to be cheap. Yeah, I get it, guys. You guys got bookmarks already. So we want to have, let's go with a 5MN micro warp drives just so we can move around real fast. Now, the question that I have is, my next question is, how fast can I get its align time down? So we're going to go with, we could go with nanofibers, but the problem with nanofibers is, wait, is that true? Hold on. Oh, it's hull. Okay, sorry, I got that confused with the other one. So if I go with like all nanos, I only get my alignment to 2.4. So that doesn't really do me anything. I mean, it does me a little bit. Let's try eye stabs. Now, normally inertial stabilizers are bad because they make you easier to lock too. But if I can get below 2.0, nah. What's it going to take to get below? Okay, so if I go with one of each, then I get... Can I just get below 3? Wait. Yeah. 3.2, 2.7. So double nano gets me below 3 at least, which is better. Do I need cargo? I guess I don't need cargo, right? Can I just make this thing stupid, Zippy? How zippy can I make it? Oh my god. Ah! Is that diminishing returns happening? Yeah. All right. Damn it. I can't get it below 2. I don't think I can get it below 2. Oh well. so close, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, and I could go with cargo. Wait, hold on. Do these have cargo restrictions? No. These don't have cargo drawbacks, right? At the expensive armor amount. Fine. That's fine. Implant? No. I mean, no, I'm not. The whole point of this is to be stupid cheap, right? In fact, I don't even like these being Tech 2 now that I think about it. We were just checking to see if it was possible. It's not possible, so these things are now going to go to Tech 1. 2.6, 2.8. Oh, man, I don't even need that. What else am I going to put in my low? I could go with cargo expanders. Yeah. That is what I brought this thing for, right? I am going to go with 1 nano just because I feel like I want to go faster. And then for these... And actually, hold on a second. 2.6, 2.9, 2.8. I don't want these. Yeah, I want 1. I want hyperspatials. Yeah, baby. Faster warp time. Okay, and so what do we want for the mid slots? Let's go with a 1MN. Just in case. I like to dual prop my exploration ships. I don't know, maybe I'll get scrammed. I mean, the point here is that I'm going to salvage a bunch of stuff and then go dock up and put it away, right? So we'll see this through. And then let's go with an acquisition array. That's going to be time, right? Yep. Fuck it. We've got nothing else to use it on. How expensive is this? That's fine. Used with sister probes. I refuse to go without sister probes. I don't care. It's not a skin of your choice, by the way. It's a very specific magnate skin. Sorry if that's going to be confusing. No, so the Navy gives up the salvager bonus. So we have to go with the standard one. Oh! 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 Wait. Salvage tackle rig. Hell yeah! I love that rig. I've become such a huge fan of the salvage tackle rig. I'm not gonna bring a Tech 2 though. Jesus, they're still valuable. Wait, no. Okay, yeah. We're fine. 22 million ISK for a frigate feels like a lot. But I guess it's all the Tech 2 stuff, right? Well, whatever. Yeah. The salvage tackle is going to be good because that makes it so I don't fail. Need a fleet on the Pochven side to bait for? I mean, I don't really. Maybe. But we'll see. My hope, my plan is that I don't. So the thing is that, like, I get that you guys, like, scan things down and stuff like that, and that's great. But by doing it from inside of Pochven, I'm pre-screening for wormholes that people have warped to. Which I think is going to be helpful to me. No tractor beam on the magnet to be a better magnet. Oh my god. No, I don't have the slots for it. I'm only going to have two salvagers. As fun as that would be, I'd probably want to do like, I'd bring a mobile tractor unit if that was what I was going to do, but that's not what I'm doing. Luckily, most of the time they are already tractoring things together, so I'm going to just assume that they're going to do it for me. Did I just close my fitting? Damn it. Wait, I already have one called Pochven Raider? Wait. Wait, I've already thought about this? Did I already do this once? I don't feel like this is mine. I feel like I must have stolen this from somebody else. I have to have stolen this from somebody else. That's fucking funny. All right. Salvage tackle, salvage tackle. Well, this is 3. Hold on. This is 2.4. I don't feel like I need the signal amplifier. I do want the cargo extenders. We'll just go with this. Do I not? Wait, did I not buy the magnet either? What is happening to me? Oh, also salvage drones, of course. My probe strength is fine. Okay. And then we go here and we put on my new skin. Once again, you can win this skin. Or you can pick it up. Oh. Okay. 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 Cool. Got it. I confused myself for a minute. Activate and apply. So I've got my magnate. I'm going to want more sister probes. You're in a T1 hull with non-sister launcher, though. I only suggest using an acquisition on my buzzard, and I found the strength to be more useful with max scanning skills. I'm so sure. I mean, like, I've got 99 probe strength with this. I've got 99 probe strength and whatever. Acquisition ain't one. I don't know. All right, let's go. I wanna scan things down as fast as possible. That's my main concern. Yeah, no, true. Wait, for wormholes you do not need more. Correct. Yeah. I didn't grab the filaments. Damn it. And yes, I do have a grudge over the fact that Dodie skins cheapen out over Covert Dark skins. Yes, if there's anything that Thran's hates right now, it's the fact that the guy who makes the Dodie skins make it so that black disappears completely in potato mode. Do you know what difficulty the wormholes are? We're about to find out. I don't know off the top of my head. But that's the whole reason why we're trying to... Remember, guys, I'm a big believer in fail faster. You're right. Maybe scan strength might be important. Maybe blah, 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 blah. I'm just throwing something together. We're going to go out there and see how it goes. I've got a blank clone. It's a 20 million-ish frigate. I don't care. What I learn from this is going to be worth way more than that. Hey, smile for the internet. Where did my home filament go? What have I done? Oh, I did build it. It's right here. And I have 2. Okay. But, wait. Where did what was I in already? I was in my Astero. Let's check that out. Make sure. Yep, that's where the filament ended up. Let's go. Okay. Form fleet with myself. And let's go to Pochven. Wait, let me just triple check. I know there's no way I have implants in, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, fuck. I have to wait. Remember, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win this exact skin for the Magnate, just in case you want to do this fun stuff by yourself or on your own. Let's see. I guess you might want to see whether or not it works out first. All right, let's go. We're going to Kino. Dropping probes. Let's start scanning. Waiting for the IS per hour report. If this works, it is probably going to be pretty good. Like I said, like, do not like be upset on behalf of the Kronos pilots that we will be stealing from. Trust me, they've been living good for like 2 years now. There's one wormhole. So it is a level 1 difficulty. So seems fine without a scan strength modifier. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything's exploding. For sure. All right. Let's make a landing pounce. Now, one of the things is that you don't necessarily want to just warp to wormholes blindly like this, because there'll probably be, like, there could be bubbles. But, I mean, I'm in a cheap ship, so whatever, right? It's not going to be like my Astero that I lost that one time. And, wait, what? Rasnaborg? Wait. Oh, this is one of those ones that lead from Pochven system to Pochven system. This is the one exception. There is some Pochven systems that can link to other Pochven systems. So, like, this is its wormhole. Because, like, they can go from known space to known space, but, like, Pochven is technically in known space. So that means, I'm pretty sure that means that this system isn't going to work, because this is this system's wormhole. Let me just double check. There should be Edencom on the other side, and I'll be in a different Pochven system. This is like the one exception that I knew about, but I didn't cover in my description because I was like, whatever. And of course, it's the first one we run into, right? We show info, it'll say, it leads to Triglavian space. Yep. If I jump through, there'll be Edencom on the other side. And I'll be somewhere else in Pochven. Probably somebody who knows better about Pochven would be able to predict. Kanuka. And there's the Edencom ships. Yep. Alright, we're going to crash. I don't want to bother with this yet. Is there profitability of some public fleet for a World Arc Flashpoint? You know, if we see something like a World Arc, we probably will go and check it out, for sure. I'm just going to pick Vale as a destination. Not because I'm trying to get there, but because it's just a place that I can go on the other side of the place. Oh, I guess we could shift over to this view. Oh man, I just realized I'm also running low on time. I've got, like, I'm gonna have to be done in an hour. I'm pretty sure, like, hard done. Mobile scan inhibitor. Don't like those. Okay, so I have a wormhole within 3.6 AU. So I'm going to set this to 5 AU, and no, I don't have the scan inhibitor, so it's fine. So when we get to about somewhere between 10 to 20,000, we're going to hit enter right there. Perfect. Perfect. Just in case I get off grid, I'm going to just bookmark the wormhole real quick. I was afraid that I might have made my warp too far, and I did. So it's a good thing I made that bookmark. I did it a little bit too soon because I was afraid because of my hyperspatials. Well, let's see what's on the other side. Oh, are we going to do a public sleep for World Arc Flashpoint? Absolutely not. Are there anyone running it on this side? No! Boo! Any wrecks? Boo! Get to work, people. Wait, did it just delete my route? No, it didn't. Okay. I'm disappointed in you, crabs. Yeah, exactly. That's true. I kind of need to be fast enough not... I don't need to be fast enough to not get caught by players. I need to be fast enough to not be caught by eating comm. Which I think this is sufficient, so... Moo. Uh-oh. Oh! Wow. I guess I lucked out there. I didn't even think about that one. This is why you don't go gate to gate, kids. Mobile warp. Disruptor field. Uh-huh. Okay. I actually don't have a good bookmark here. Yeah, it's just a plasma planet. Yeah, dodged. Now I'll hit it. Is that close enough? Hell yeah! Another one! mean, that does mean that these rest of these wormholes aren't going to be useful to me, right? I think so. I'm just going to pull in.
Warp drive active.
Let's see how this works. Hey, thanks for the sub, Kelly, if you're here. I believe each system can have one high-sec wormhole, so the rest of them would be like the Pochven, or like it can have a drifter one, and it can have a rogue drone one, too, for nullsec and for whatever. Please, 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 please. Really? Come on, guys. Apparently, people need to go run these wormholes so I can rob from you better. Where are all you wormholers? Or you trig farmers? Haven't you guys seen how valuable trig salvage is now? Hi.
Warp drive active.
Trig space is scary though? Yeah, that's true. Well, these are, but I'm jumping out into K-space. These are K-space farming. It's high sec. You can do this in high sec. Let's see if I get bubbled. I don't think so. Yeah. Now I could also run around and try to find salvage in Pochven, but that is a bit spookier.
Warp drive active.
We are about to go to the Proving Grounds, which I think is a cool site to check out. It's a cool little site going on here. I'm pretty sure the scan inhibitor indicated a World Arc fleet running the site. It could have, but I didn't see it. There wasn't a World Arc fleet. There wasn't a World Arc site open. Oh my god, the flickering! This is like my favorite place to bring my fleet to go fight.
Warp drive active.
Oh my god, I just keep getting... I just keep nailing it first time, every time. First time, every time.
Warp drive active.
At least I'm halfway lucky. An echo?
Warp drive active.
Data site? Oh, this is going to go to Caldari space. Hopefully there'll be a... There's more chance of there being a farmer there. Alright, Havoc. 07. Come on. Maybe I need to do it during prime time. And that's, hey man, rule number 1 of exploration: you always find what you're not looking for. Yeah, this is the worst time to do this. I mean, besides like AU time zone. We took too long to do this stream. We might have to do this again. But please let me know in the comments below if you try this and see if you have any better luck. I will at least go to Vale. We should have enough time for that. Vale or find something, one of the two. Friday afternoon, evening, night, depending on time zone, would be prime time. Wait, hold on. Oh, it is Friday night? Well, so this time, right now, is actually like the dip in the time. This is something I've noted on multiple occasions, like back in the day. So like from an hour, half an hour ago to like an hour from now is that weird time period where where EU has largely logged off and US time, prime time, has not yet logged on. You can even see it on the hold on. So if we go to Eve offline, you can even see, like, you see how it like dips down and then picks back up, although the last couple of days has not been doing that quite the same. But like, grrr. You can see like right now is 22:43, which is right here at the bottom of this trough. Oh shoot. Browser. There we go. And then, hey, there's a retribution. That's not great.
Warp drive active.
Oh, this wormhole was already bookmarked somehow? Wait. Who did that? Was that one of us? Is it still up? Oh my god, it's still up. Sorry. There's a retribution that I landed on. I found out what was in the scan inhibitor of the Gank Camp fleet. See, I was wondering if that was what it was. Wait. I think this is right. I might die by a retribution. Yeah, it's very noticeable in faction warfare. I've been, you know, especially when I try to lead fleets throughout the day, you can really tell the changeover. Oh, is that you? Oh, you're the one that made the bookmark? Okay. High-sec wormhole. HSW. Yep, okay. Hi, Retribution. This one doesn't even have trig? What's going on? Well, let's see, let's give that retribution a chance to kill me, I guess. Or not. He'll be 70 off. That's kind of cool. Bye. Oh, there goes the bubble. Well, too late for that. I mean, I'm kind of enjoying just zipping around and doing stuff, right? Like, so far this has been kind of a failure, but I mean, you know, it's exploration. You get what you get, but at the same time, I've been having fun zipping in around in faction warfare. This fancy skin. Do I have emblems for the magnate? If not, why not? I do not. Ooh, my client just like froze up for a second. It made me real scared. We've got 18 minutes left until it's been 1 hour since I started the giveaway, so make sure you get in, but that means that it'll be a good time to warp fleet to wrap things up too. I'd like to remind everybody that I did put out the new turret video, or at least the first pass of the edit, available for members. So if you are a member, I would really like it if you could go check it out and let me know what you think, if you have any advice about it. Because I do plan on making at least one more pass. If nobody says anything negative about it, then I might not. But, like, I'm pretty sure it requires at least one more pass. I got it down to an hour and 20 minutes from 2 hours and 8 minutes or something like that. So cut it down by a full third. And that's mostly just ums and breaths and stuff like that. So that's why it's taken so long. At least partially why it's taken so long.
Warp drive active.
Oh my god, it's like every single one of them is the correct kind. And yet not. I have 4 more jumps to check out. I know, like, I can't show everything at the same time, but you can see I've got 4 more jumps on my navigation. Yeah, come on, Caldari Space. You know you like to farm. There's not enough people in this system. Damn it! Grrr. Oh! Oh, it's got the Grand Tejon Resort. I should have gone and checked that out. Ah. That'd have been cool. But now I'm polarized. Gotta go.
Warp drive active.
On the plus side, I'm not dead yet. Knock on wood.
Warp drive active.
Okay. But Ash, you've been polarized for all these wormholes ever since you put on this skin. I've been two-faced about everything. SMP Drifter Wormhole 1. Okay, that's not me.
Warp drive active.
Turns out the Veil wormhole's the only wormhole that anybody ever farms. Who knew? Because literally every single time we've come through this stuff, every single time we've come through the Veil wormhole, there's been someone farming it. So honestly, this is kind of surprising me. Hey, but the fact that I keep on getting the correct one over and like every single time is pretty cool.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
That's right, people. Witness the true depths of my skin and skin jokes. I commented to Thrands. I was like, you know, I'm going to be showing off the Magnate today if you want to put out a skin for it. And then, lo and behold, before stream time, he had it ready to go. So... Oh! I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Actually, that means that there might be another unstable wormhole here, right? No, this is the right one. That means that there might be another one in the other system. I don't care anymore. Let's just keep going.
Warp drive active.
We are getting close. Getting close to the end, guys. And don't forget, tomorrow we have our structure coming out of reinforcement. You're welcome to come. It's in Harul. I posted the information earlier. I can do it again here in a minute.
Warp drive active.
Just remember, Harul, it's coming out at 19:44:18 Eve time tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, U.S. I didn't even drop probes, did I? Or did I? Did I? I did. Man, like, I do things without thinking so much nowadays. Like, yeah, either way. What's the deal with the timer? Scary wormhole people have reinforced our Athenor. We likely will attempt to defend, but, you know, we are not scary wormhole people. So if anybody wants to help defend it, happy to have you. Anybody who wants to just show up to third party, happy to have you. The alliance is called Scary Wormhole People. Which is pretty funny because they're not wormholers anymore. Once, oh no, nope. This is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Time to run. Finally, we got a wrong one. All right, well, you can always, yeah, Harul, yeah, some random, but also if you hop in our Discord, we have more, we can have more information for you there. We'll be handing out free ships to anybody who wants to come and participate on our team, preferably. I'm all about us creating content for people, but I'm not sure if I'm really willing to arm the people blowing up our structure yet. I'm not quite there yet. If they had waited just like a week and a half, they might have been able to kill a Babaraga. Probably not. I don't think I would. Okay, well, now my theory about wormhole connections has been kind of disrupted, because apparently there's two wormhole-based wormhole connections in this system. I'm sure I can find some Corvettes to lend to the other side. Yeah, baby! I'll probably give out skins or cerebral accelerators if somebody does decide to show up. Depends. I mean, if somebody defends the structure, I'd be willing to give you guys some pretty good rewards. That's for sure. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not expecting us to defend the structure per se. It'd be cool if we did, though. What's with this unmarked one? Low security space? Low security space? What garbage. All right, let's keep going. We've got 2 more jumps. What time does it come out? 1944 Eve time? It is in low sec, so there's no war deck required. I mean, hell, if it gets defended, I have lots of Master Arm Cerebral Accelerators and skins to give away to somebody if they make me happy. And we're going to be selling some Babaragas next week. If anybody's willing to pay too much for a Babaraga to get it early, let me know.
Warp drive active.
Because let me tell you, the first Babaragas that run off that line are going to be sold for way too much. So next week I do plan on like flying around with a Babaraga just to show it off. And then probably sell it because they're worth too much on that first week. Hey, if you want to give me 1 trillion ISK, I will give you as many Babaragas as you want. As long as it's up to like, I don't know, 5 or 6. I would love to see a cap escalation on our little stupid Athenor that we threw out there just to make some content. That'd be delicious.
Warp drive active.
Unfortunately for them, we actually got everything we needed to out of that Athenor before they managed to reinforce it. So I hope we all have a good time on tomorrow morning.
Warp drive active.
It's a medium structure, so it's the final timer.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, medium structures only have 1 timer now. Come on, Galente Space. Do me right. I feel like they're on to me. Damn it. This is so impossible. How is it even possible? Like every single time we went through a wormhole when we were doing our dual standings fleets, there were people farming the trig. Yeah, it's tomorrow morning if you're interested in coming. I mean, again, like, on the one hand, having help would be great. If you've never done it before, then at the same time, if you want to see a cool fight and a big explosion as an Athenor dies, that's also a reason to show up. One last system. It's in, a rule. One last system, and then we will call this, this theory partially tested. The world is not cooperating with me at the moment.
Warp drive active.
Somebody else can. I'm busy scanning. Yeah, I'm in Pochven. No, I'm trying to find like connections to Pochven. Oh, shit! This one was already scanned. Shit.
Warp drive active.
Somebody already made this one. I should have guessed. Thanks, Clue. Probably. Yeah, it's like a jump or two. It's like 2 jumps into low sec, so it's not that hard to get to.
Warp drive active.
Oh, the raffle is over. I'm going to resume entries one more time. Exclamation point planner for your chance to win. We're going to jump through, see what's on the other side. Probably be sad, and then give away the skin, and then wrap things up for the day. I'm going to try this again over the weekend, obviously, because I still think this is a solid idea. It's just now I also want people to run the wormholes. I completely overestimated how many people were running these things. Hi, Thrans. Son of a bitch! All right, well. We tried. All right, let's go ahead and do the giveaway. Crabs ain't crabbing. Yeah, I guess it's Friday. I'm going to try this throughout the week. The weekend's going to be great for this, I think. But at least the theory is out there. Go out there, mess up some trig salvage. Again, you could use this ship to go jump into, I think, the dread sites. Although you would have to find the dread sites in Edencom, I think, systems. But also I think that this could be a good way. It's something to do in the World Arcs sites. It might kill you automatically when you go through the bubble of damage. So that might be a problem. More experimentation is going to be needed. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and close the raffle. We're pulling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Renato Margarito. That's probably not how to pronounce your name, but X up in chat with your in-game name, so that way I can send you this nice skin. To show it off again, well, actually, it's the one that I'm currently in. This one right here. Renato. Show your love for magnets and or both Trig and Edencom with this new magnate skin. We're going to give him a couple more seconds to get a chance to do this. All right. I'm going to pick another winner. Whoever gets it first. 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mr. Dinosaur, you actually just talked some shit. It's all yours. X up with your real in-game name. X up with your in-game name and I'll send it over to you. All right. Mr. Dinosaur. Dinosaur. Oh yeah, that's right. I do actually. Never mind. I messed this up. I was supposed to claim this one too, and then just only apply one of them. That's how this works. I always I'm getting better at this, guys. Let's go ahead and sell this to a specific target for Mr. Dinosaur. Sell. All right. Congratulations. For anyone else who wants one, there are a few up there for sale. A little overpriced because of the fact that we had to speed run them out of the oven. I've been Asherothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. I hope I did that today. We went through all of the patch notes for tomorrow's, if not tomorrow, next week's expansion. I'm very excited about it. We did show off some Pochven stuff. We've got a lot more to do and a lot more to talk about next week. Again, we're going to talk about Eve Galaxy Conquest, but that's not all we're going to talk about on Monday, so don't just blow off tomorrow on Monday because it's it's about the mobile game. But also Tuesday, of course, is expansion day. Big day for everybody. Get your stuff together for your Baba Raga or your Sarathiel. Let me know in the comments down below. What are you looking forward to in the Legion expansion? Is it coming on the 27th? Are you going to have to wait for a little bit longer, like a lot of the things that we're waiting on? But with all that said, I've been Asherothi, the voice of New Eden. My puppy is trying to sleep on my bed, and she just looked at me like, nope, no, don't even think about it. So, until next time, I'll see you in space. Buy merch? Thank you guys so much.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city